नमो नमः गणपति बप्पा मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया। ओम गणपति नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्ट विनायक नमो नमः गणपति बप्पा मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया। ओम गणपति नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्ट विनायक नमो नमः गणपति बप्पा मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया। ओम गणपति नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्ट विनायक नमो नमः गणपति बप्पा मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया। ओम गणपति नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्ट विनायक नमो नमः गणपति बप्पा मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया। ओम गणपति नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्ट विनायक नमो नमः गणपति बप्पा मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया। ओम गणपति नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्ट विनायक नमो नमः गणपति बप्पा मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया। ओम गणपति नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्ट विनायक नमो नमः गणपति बप्पा मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया। ओम गणपति नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्ट विनायक नमो नमः गणपति बप्पा मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया। ओम गणपति नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्ट विनायक नमो नमः गणपति बप्पा मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया। ओम गणपति नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्ट विनायक नमो नमः गणपति बप्पा मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया। ओम गणपति नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्ट विनायक नमो नमः गणपति बप्पा मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया। ओम गणपति नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्ट विनायक नमो नमः गणपति बप्पा मोरया मंगल मूर्ति मोरया। ओम गणपति नमो।
यह भगवान श्री कृष्ण जी का महामंत्र है, जिसके माध्यम से श्री कृष्ण भगवान का सानिध्य एवं आशीर्वाद बड़ी सुगमता से प्राप्त होता है। इस मंत्र का अर्थ यह है कि हे प्रभु, आप सभी को अपनी ओर आकर्षित करने वाले हैं, इसलिए मुझे भी आपकी भक्ति की ओर आकर्षित कीजिए। आप ही गोविंद हैं और आप ही मुरारी, आप ही नारायण हैं और आप ही वासुदेव।
हरे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे,
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे,
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे।
ओम भगवते वासुदेवाय नमो नमः।
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 अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्।
अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्।
अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्।
अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्। हरे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा, कृष्ण कृष्णा हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा, कृष्ण कृष्णा हरे हरे।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे,
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे,
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे।
ओम भगवते वासुदेवाय नमो नमः।
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 अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्।
अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्।
अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्।
अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्। Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
Shri Krishna Govinda Hare Murari, He Nath Narayan Vasudeva.
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
Shri Krishna Govinda Hare Murari, He Nath Narayan Vasudeva.
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण,
Krishna Krishna Radhe Radhe,
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण,
Krishna Krishna Radhe Radhe.
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
Shri Krishna Govinda Hare Murari, He Nath Narayan Vasudeva.
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
Shri Krishna Govinda Hare Murari, He Nath Narayan Vasudeva.
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण,
Krishna Krishna Radhe Radhe,
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण,
Krishna Krishna Radhe Radhe.
ओम भगवते वासुदेवाय नमो नमः।
Om Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namo Namah.
ओम भगवते वासुदेवाय नमो नमः।
Om Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namo Namah.
अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्।
Achyutam Keshavam Krishna Damodaram Ram Narayanam Janaki Vallabham.
अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्।
Achyutam Keshavam Krishna Damodaram Ram Narayanam Janaki Vallabham. Hare Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, हरे 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 कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे,
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे,
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे।
ओम भगवते वासुदेवाय नमो नमः।
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 अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्।
अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्।
अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्।
अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम्। हरे कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा राधे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे,
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण कृष्ण
कृष्ण कृष्ण राधे राधे।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा।
राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण
A very good morning to all the dignitaries, delegates, students, and the participants. On behalf of AIMS Jodhpur, I cordially invite you for this unique CME on One Health. Let us collaborate to take care of our health. So we request all the dignitaries, our Executive Director, Professor G.D. Puri, Dr. Sanjeev Mishra, Dr. Tuteja, Dr. V.M. Katoch, Dr. Y.K. Gupta, to come on the stage for the lamp lighting. And MS, Medical Superintendent, Dr. Devnani, and Dean Academics, Dr. Shilpi Gupta Dikshit.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिः परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिः परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश पतिं स्वच्छामि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत्
लाते बस डॉक्टर शिल्पी को thank you, all the dignitaries, for starting this activity with the lamp lighting and taking the blessings of the goddess Saraswati. This continuing medical education is a very unique opportunity which was provided to us by National Academy of Medical Science and AIMS Jodhpur. And the topic of this CME is very contemporary, that is the One Health. This topic is often talked by people in different way, in different connotations, but it has a meaning now which is becoming more and more futuristically relevant also. And now we are seeing the world is changing, and we cannot see the human as a alone person. There are other people, other creatures around, and environment also around us, which can dictate the type of disease which is can happen in the future. So keeping this in mind, we have devised this CME with the different stakeholders, from the clinicians to the basic scientists in the medical field, to the epidemiologist and the veterinary scientists and veterinary clinicians, to the agriculturist and the environmentalist. To add more to the developing field of One Health, we are also involved the engineering sections and Engineering Institute of Technology also in this, because the medtech is one area where we have to do some experiments on the animals, which should be ethically correct, and also at the same time we can take the help of the veterinary clinicians to take care of the animals same as that we take care of the humans. So that's why this unique opportunity is being created for this CME. And on behalf of AIMS Jodhpur, I welcome our former Director General, Dr. V.M. Katoch, our Honorable Executive Director, Professor G.D. Puri, our former Director of AIMS Jodhpur, Dr. Sanjay Mishra, Dr. Tuteja, Dr. Y.K. Gupta from AIMS, former Professor and Head of Farm. Will learn more about the different concepts surrounding the One Health concept. So just to start this CME, I would like to welcome our Dean Academics, Professor Shilpi Gupta Dikshit, to say a few words about the CME. Dr. Shilpi.
A very good morning and a warm welcome to each one of you. Respected Executive Director, Sir, Professor G.D. Puri, our previous Director, Sir, Mishra, Sir, various esteemed dignitaries, Dr. Tuteja, our faculty members, Dr. Abhinav, Dr. Suresh Sharma, Sir, Dr. Nag, the medical superintendent, and various other esteemed dignitaries, colleagues, as well as delegates. It is a privilege for us to hold this CME, which has been organized by the National Academy of Medical Sciences in collaboration with AIMS Jodhpur. It is serving as a platform for collaboration and idea exchange. All kinds of CMEs, they are basically for knowledge dissemination, as well as for crucial. It is very crucial for enhancing the patient outcomes. As Kuldeep sir has already pointed out, that today in the global healthcare, the healthcare system is not only related to physical well-being, but also it is transitioning into one health concept, one health which is encompassing all the aspects of health, including environment, the animal, the climate change, food security, water quality, antimicrobial resistance, etc. The slogan for One Health, as Sir has already pointed out, is that by protecting one, we help and protect all. I would like to congratulate the organizing chairperson, Kuldeep Sir, as well as the organizing secretary, Dr. Pankaj, for organizing such a good academic feast, and wish the CME a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shilpi, for giving a more insight into the One Health concept. As we proceed further, we'll learn more about it. And at this juncture, I would like to welcome and invite our dynamic Executive Director, Honorable Dr. G.D. Puri, to say a few words about this CME and also about this NAMSCON conference. Thank you.
Good morning, Professor Katoch, Professor Mishra, Dr. Gupta, other colleagues, my colleagues, other dignitaries, faculty from India and abroad. First of all, I welcome you to this city, beautiful city, blue city. I always remember city beautiful because I come from Chandigarh. I hope your stay is well organized and the hosts are taking well care of you. I'm happy to and thankful to National Academy of Medical Sciences for giving opportunity to Jodhpur AIMS for organizing this prestigious annual meet where not only we exchange ideas, discuss the various medical and related subjects, but also give honor to those scientists and professionals who have excelled in their field in various different medical basic sciences as well as the clinical sciences. As a part of this conference, this One Health CME, it's a very essential in the current era, especially post-pandemic COVID, when the health of human is not only affected by the environment pollution, but also by the people living, by the creatures around, by the animals, the, uh, the especially in India, when this has more relevance, because large number of population which lives in the villages, they are exposed to the close in exposure to the livestock, and diseases of one can transmit to others. Not only the transmission of diseases, but the we always look after the how to prevent diseases in the human, but how to because but if it is going to be spread from the livestock, from the the other animals and plants around which we live, then we have to take care of their health also, because if everyone is healthy, then this world will be healthy. So with this perspective, the WHO has made an expert panel, and in continuum of this, the Indian government has also set up, the Prime Minister Advisory Committee has also set up this One Health program, and the CME is one step in that direction. And I hope the deliberations during this meeting will help in formulating the policies for the government, and will help in improving not only the health of the human beings, but also the health of all the living creatures in this world. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this inauguration, and I wish the organizers, I'm also part of the organizers, but I think Dr. Kuldeep, Dr. Pankaj Bhardwaj and his team, I wish them all the best, and the AIMS Jodhpur is committed to providing full support for the success of this conference in CME. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very important aspect of the human health as seen from the tertiary care center and from the different aspect of the human care, including the critical areas and the emergency situations, and how we can take it to the forward to the helping the society at large. So now we are going to start, and for this session, I would like to invite our chairpersons, Professor Sanjeev Mishra. He is a Vice Chancellor of Atal Bihari Vajpayee Medical University, Lucknow, and he is the first and former director of AIMS Jodhpur. So I invite Professor Sanjeev Mishra to chair this session. I also would like to invite Dr. G.S. Tuteja. Dr. G.S. Tuteja is also the former additional Director General of ICMR, and also currently he is the CEO of JCKIF, that is Jodhpur City Knowledge Innovation Cluster. And this cluster is doing a lot of work in different domains. And I think this is the most important thing, which is unifying the different areas, including the medical professions. Now I request both the chairpersons to start this session with the keynote address and with the one of the important talk on One Health Consortium.
Namaskar. First, compliment to National Academy of Medical Sciences, AIMS Jodhpur, for taking up this important topic for their 64th conference. One Health has been very important since decades, but now we are a little more aggressive because of COVID-19. And Prime Minister Science and Technology Innovation Advisory Council recommended in 2022 to have One Health mission. And then One Health mission has been established, and the first meeting of Executive Committee of One Health mission was held in July 2024 under the chairmanship of Honorable Union Health Minister. In 2020, when COVID was there, I was in ICMR, and then we thought of having some institute on One Health. And we took some initiative to set up an institute in Nagpur. I'm happy to tell you that the Union Cabinet has recommended the establishment of this institute. They also approved the post of director in February 2024. And in the next couple of years, this ICMR institute will take the shape. And that will be a nodal institute for carrying out all the activities. And as you know, National Health Mission is being coordinated by Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. And there are 13 departments involved in this. Way back when I joined ICMR in 1984, the first task given to me, the important task was given to me in 1989 to have ICMR-ICR panel. When Dr. Pental was DG ICMR and Dr. N.S. Randhawa was DG ICMR. And then we did certain activities and certain groups were formed, including zoonotic diseases. But we could not sustain these activities for a very long time. And again, when Dr. Katoj, who is the keynote addressee today, and he became Secretary to Government of India and DG ICMR in 2008, then he also took initiative. We again had ICMR, ICR panel, a lot of activities were, and then also we talk about One Health and zoonotic diseases, etc. But that again, momentum lost. So I hope that this time you see, because of the bad experience we have with COVID-19, the initiative taken by various departments and governments, state governments, central government, this will not lost and we will continue making good progress because this is very, very important as we all know. Now today's speaker is Dr. V.M. Katoj. He is a very renowned scientist of the country. He is my mentor also. Dr. Katoj, you talk about One Health, so he is very, very important. Why? When this COVID came in 2020, in India, then you see we were short of the testing level. And it was his vision. Because Department of ICMR was autonomous body earlier. This was established 1911. But this Department of Health Research came in existence in 2007. And Dr. Katoj was the first secretary to Department of Health Research, Government of India, and also DG ICMR. And he was secretary from 2008 to 2015. Because the Department of Health Research was the new, so he developed all the mandate for Department of Health Research, all the research program. Very visionary person, Dr. Katoj. At that time, he thought about all those issues which are very important now. And when he completed his tenure in ICMR in 2050, he established more than 100 viral research laboratories. Besides many more things, model rural health research unit, multidisciplinary research unit, all the medical colleges. But this viral research laboratories, that helps in COVID. Because I was in charge of a nodal officer for the whole country for testing and validation of kits. Now I know you see you were short of labs, but because of this more than 102 laboratories at that time, you see, many of them were very active, some were not that active. So what we did, we used the infrastructure and network of these laboratories. A number of new laboratories in different medical colleges, we took charge of the capacity building. I can say you this is the great contribution of Dr. Katoj for that particular work, which is now relevant and future also it will be relevant. And we started doing testing of samples for COVID-19. It was 20 samples in March 2020. And when I completed my tenure in ICR in December 2020, per day testing was 20 lakhs. And it is because of that network of laboratories. And then further we extended, and Dr. Mishra also played a very important role. He was the AIIMS director here. And he also took charge for validation of kits. And a lot of work done by Dr. Mishra. Not he did work for AIIMS here, but also in whole Rajasthan, you see, help us this testing. So One Health is very important. Dr. Katoj, before I invite you, I will tell a little bit more about Dr. Katoj. Dr. Katoj was selected in ICMR Talent Search Schemes, TSS, in 1978, and he joined ICMR Institute, Agra. In 78, then he worked continuously as a scientist in ICMR Institute, and in 2001, he became director of Jalma Institute. From 2001 to 2008, he was the director of that institute. And Dr. Katoj then came to ICMR headquarters, became the first secretary, Department of Health Research, Government of India, and the Director General of ICMR. He continued up to 2015. He is a MD from AIMS Delhi in microbiology, and he has done extensive work in the field of leprosy and tuberculosis. He has over 350 publications to his credit, and he is a very visionary person. The model rural health service unit, which is established in throughout the country, a number of wellness centers, is being run by model rural health service unit, and one where I was also in charge because he made me director in DMRC Jodhpur. The one is in near Jaipur, Bhanpur Kala, and that also doing very well. All over the country, this and another is a multidisciplinary, unit. They are in different medical colleges. So one thing you see, I learned from Dr. Katoch is that you see, unless we connect these medical colleges, mainly those in periphery, and involve in the research and development, we cannot take care of this huge country. So we think great contribution of Dr. Katoch. So I would request Dr. Katoch, please deliver keynote address. Dr. Katoch.
This invitation. And in fact, when Professor Kuldeep Singh rang me up, both in the topic that it was the actually interest of coming back to Jodhpur after 5 years. And yesterday evening and today morning I made a couple of rounds of the ICMR center. So that's a place we have been nostalgically associated with. Long years of working before Dr. Tudeja, with Dr. Tudeja. And then today I wanted to just enjoy that ecosystem. Nevertheless, yes, I was attached to the subject and was attached to the area of the One Health. Looking back the journey traveled, many of the things which we are doing for the One Health, we were doing earlier also. So the question arises, is the same, is the old wine in the new bottle? Or we are really doing something better actually? And that kind of some very provocative title was given by Professor Kuldeep Singh. Exact wording I've forgotten, but it is something provocating what we are doing. Again, Professor Kuldeep Singh also has been associated with that process for quite some time. And I think we knowing that subject also. Again, I said the nostalgia is of so many things, that from with Dr. Y.K. Gupta again is my old associations. We are of the same age, same place, Agra, and then, entire connection of working together for decades together. So I think it's basically nostalgia drives at this age actually, more than the science. But anyway, I'll try to share some scientific things also. 2008, when this entire we went to Delhi actually, I think after about 2 months, I saw the first project on One Health. It was a project, which was sponsored by a British agency. It had 2 centers. One in our ICMR institution in Kolkata, that's why I came to know. But they wanted the approvals. I had not started. And then the other was IBRI. I think so that means, even the word in India at that time for the scientific word, there was nothing actually. This terminology was not there. So I think because you see, ultimately we are very tuned to playing the music of others, that's anyway, it's fine, no problem if it's for a good cause. Then ultimately they started building up, started catching the imagination. And people realized, yes, there is a problem and we must do something. Many science agencies, they started working on it. It is not that it was only an ICMR. And as Dr. Todaja said, that ICMR, ICR panel, because both are vital actually. Huge money spent by ICR, huge money spent by ICMR on working on zoonotic diseases, but all in isolation, until unless you work together, you can never control even in one area, one district, you can't do that actually. So it's a known, it's understood, but you won't have a common project actually. And to be very fair to Dr. Ayappan, those entire 5 years of my working with him actually, none of us, none of me or Dr. Ayappan, we missed the meeting. I think hats off to that person, and I recognize even today. Dr. Toteja also issuing the minutes same afternoon. That's the second part of the hallmark of those meetings. It was on the zoonosis and food safety. Point arises again, is it a personal individual of few individuals and then goes off? Answer is no, actually, it is gone. That stage is over. That was a difficult stage at that time. Now the momentum is on. I also heard, that the story of the Nagpur institution, which is a national institution of OneHealth, is emerging, which is approved. Very delighted to know that. This came again as an initiative of our road transport minister, Gadkari Saab. Again in 2009, it was his initiative. He wrote a DO letter and he offered Nagpur as the place, because his place actually. So imagine this as an idea has come from a politician, who thought of it. Again, myself and Dr. Ayappan, we decided to have a joint institution. We created a framework. For 2 years, it will be headed by a medical person. 2 years, it will be headed by a veterinarian. And that's how the Nagpur, that university also offered the place. Dr. Mishra offered the entire sport to us. But ultimately, this turf war in this country never finishes, I don't know whether tomorrow it will be a ICMR, ICR joint venture. I really don't know. I don't know the framework within it. But I'll be very sad if it is only ICMR institution. I'll be very sad if it is only ICR institution. But you can never achieve anything in that way. These institutions have to be a very much interdisciplinary, as the 5 things told by Dr. Kuldeep Singh. Until you take out the plant, veterinary, agriculture, or the environment, maybe you will make the 6 years, 8 years rotation. 2 years will be headed by one, 2 years by another, 2 years by another. So a medical institution will never be a successful institution for OneHealth. Let me be very clear. A veterinary institution for OneHealth will never be a successful institution. Why I'm coming to that point? Because it is a point, it is a almost administrative decision of being together actually for a common cause. We know actually after a long time, not for today actually, for a huge number of years, the zoonotic diseases which are there, which are prominent in India. We know which are the other conditions now, what is happening, the havoc being played possibly by pesticide, possibly I said again, but we have no science on that, done on that. When we say we'll establish a project, we don't do that. So point arises, today's answer when Professor Kuldeep Singh asked that question, are we serious? Or something like that, some terminology which I'm still really forgot, unfortunately I forgot what he gave the title that way. That implies that means we have begun. Is the government committed? Yes. But what is the government? See, the science agencies taking a lead, politician initially becoming a trigger, a person reflects something, then the agencies taking a lead, doing better science, started working on the areas we want to work with. Now the Prime Minister's Scientific Science, Technology, Innovation Council taking a decision that becomes a virtual decision of the government to move on that path. So that means we have moved actually. Government of India has moved. But are we doing enough? I think is it a symbolic exercise? It is something like a playing to the music of the Western world, where they're using those one word, we also keep on using the same word without doing anything on the ground. See, that's the second point which we have to address actually. Again, something, which you look at the climate change. Climate change is again linked to this topic. But Dr. Manmohan Singh started with 8 missions under climate change. The present Prime Minister started with 4 more actually. And those 4 include the health action mission also. So I think both Prime Ministers, successive Prime Ministers have been sincere to that cause.
And what the point was for health, actually, when we laid the mission for that, I happened to be the first chairperson of that for laying the foundation, the pathway for that. And as my personality is of a consultative. I'm a individual who like the many opinions to be incorporated. Certainly, because it doesn't mean that I don't have a brains actually, but I love that way actually because that's more representative, more people are accountable. That way, that entire process contributed by almost every state, so many experts. There's a pathway we laid. What we will do in 2 years, what we will do in 5 years. I did the review of that. That what we committed for 2 years, we have done in 5 years. But there was a target actually. Now coming to this process here actually, ICMR has started contributing in a big way. ICR is contributing in a big way. They've been the ICR directors are here, actually important directors are there, important veterinarians are there in this audience today. DBT has given a major actually project of more than 27 or 28 centers. 20 of them are veterinary centers, 8 are medical, 8 or 9, something like that. Because I've again, luckily, this government gave me the initiative. I was the chairman of that from DBT side also that time. Dr. Taru Sharma will be giving an update on that, what has happened in 1 year, 1.5 years or 2 years. So that means for the working together for epidemiology of important zoonotic diseases, action has begun. Already they had a data, but now it is working together actually. On involving new technologies, adapting new technologies, action has begun. Which one should be recommended for the country? That action has begun actually. So I think that process is on. So scientifically, we are on the track. Now this mission has 14 partners. And those 14 partners, again, I know that, understand, they have all prepared their pathways. But that will be the individual pathways if they don't work together actually. If that joint intersectoral coordination doesn't work that efficiently actually. And I tell you, this is very difficult. What Dr. Toteja was saying, for the zoonosis, this was a problem story earlier. Then after me and Dr. Ayappan, again, I really don't know what has happened. I really can't comment on what the pathway has been taken by the successive leadership after that. But the point arises, we again started moving as a loner Indian society. We want to start walking alone. We really not we call of a kudum, we are a family. But as a society, we are very split personalities. Even as an organization within the same government, we are split personalities. We start walking in our own way. But when we are today debating this, in particular a handful of youngsters on the back who will be there, some of them may be a driver tomorrow. Because we people, senior people talking to each other doesn't make a big difference. But to some youngsters who will be the leader tomorrow, it will make a difference. Point is, until they are a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, interinstitutional, interstate, or even the common area interagency projects, you won't be able to show anything, any impact on anything. So, point arises on the zoonosis, on some of the other infections, which are important. We understand they are listed. I'm not really talking on them of KFDs, Human Congo hemorrhagic fever, a number of others which are important for us. Really, 1 dozen identified in that mission. Their action has begun actually. National Center for Disease Control also has established a center. They have started working on 4. So, all right. But is that enough? Answer is strictly no. It's a very small symbolic gesture actually. Rabies was there all the time. So if today you put the same into One Health agenda, what difference you have done? But we have made some difference. We have created better centers in the periphery, which were not there for diagnosis. We have created better management systems, which were not there earlier. Now there are 22 BSL-3 labs, which are capable of generating data. Yes, we have done that. So we have done something. We have begun. But certainly the question arises on the other side, the consolidation, the coordination, the intersectoral, the partnership is apparently not clear. You look at this, website of the Prime Minister's Scientific Industry Technology Scientific Council actually. Their main emphasis again on the infections, those epidemics, preparedness, their joint action. They're talking of them only. There's hardly any talk of the environment. Prime Minister's Swachh Bharat, this Prime Ministers, you may have many, you may be his admirer or critic, but His main contribution on the Swachh Bharat remains as a shining example. Phase 2 of that deals with the environmental pollution in a big way. We are not talking of that. So do you expect only the Prime Minister to talk? You don't expect the people who are down to talk? So I think when you debate in the CMEs or the symposia or the seminars like that, you have to talk about the totality actually. Yes, infections, we have to be prepared with. COVID is a very recent example. It will come back again, something. See, tomorrow we are taking all the time talking about Ebola actually. But I tell you, Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, when it will bounce back, some change will happen. Its killing will be far greater actually. We're not worried about epicenters. Your Ahmedabad will be another epicenter. Madhya Pradesh, it's still there actually. It's there actually. So preparedness, the knowledge, the science, that again to have a totality of the picture. So youngsters, again, the message to the youngsters: you start be more inclusive, more broad-minded, and then start thinking of it tomorrow, in which you have a broader projects. Infections, zoonotic infections, some re-emerging infections, you keep on working on that. They will be important. That pathway is not wrong. But then you have to think even plant as a source of infection to you, not a plant as a nutrition alone. Several fungi, bacteria, they are transmitted. And yesterday when traveling from Jaipur to this place, my wife, she had read it somewhere. She gave me on the web. Those examples, those reports have been from India only, where a plant pathogen or pathogen from tomatoes have caused infection in humans. See, that's the question is, what they don't catch up so much actually. So that means CMEs like this should lead to our way of open thinking. That's something else we are not thinking today. It may be influencing so many. We are not thinking about that. We are not ignorant on that. So I think with the open-mindedness, when you take off One Health, the contribution from environment, not only the pollution, but beyond that, infections, other actually the chemical factors which influence us, the other things which are there in the environment. But I think you have to take a coalition has to be well-defined coalition with equal partnership, all of them. So I think when you invited me, I think for this actually giving the keynote in the beginning, I wanted to flag these messages. Yes, the answer is simple, that we have begun. Second thing is we have begun well on the science front. Thirdly, we have to be more inclusive, that we are not. Number 4, the programs have to be timelines. We have not done that. Until unless you set the timelines, you will achieve nothing. Now for the innovations, I think, which again, I think Dr. Toteja is, I think is a part of that cluster, where I think Dr. Mishra played a key role, the IIT played a key role. And I keep on hearing that as a member of the advisory committee in between. We are creating technologies to address many of these issues. And many are available, done by others also in India. Many are available from the world also. It's not nothing like that. The world is not sitting alone. But One Health is an administrative decision. One Health is in a way of working together. It is a commitment. And that commitment is for science, it is for action. There, the lot of gaps are still there actually. Those gaps we have to remove, and the coming generation has to remove. I think it's not that people like me we are in the evening of our life. It doesn't make a big difference. We may be hit by that, but we may not be hit by that. But the new generations will be hit by them. So I think you create a better science and better healthy society. One Health has to be a religion actually for tomorrow, if you want to work. It has not to be a symbolic exercise. Hope it will. I'm very optimistic. In between, some bitterness do exist somewhere, because when you find many things which we could have done, we don't do, then you feel bad. But that's why that's a part of evolutionary change, which I really, I think, give discount to the opinion and respect to the feelings of others. I think who take their decision otherwise. So it doesn't mean that my perceptions are only perceptions. But I got the opportunity to share. So thanks both to Pastor Kuldeep Singh, and I think second call was from Pastor Kapil. So these two people giving us the opportunity to be in Jodhpur. My wife was born here, I think more than 7 decades back. And we are the Jodhpur center is there. Certainly I had a very warm feelings with the Pastor Mishra, also very long association with him. Puri Saab, I worked for a little while in PGI Chandigarh, but I respect him. But all the other colleagues, Professor Kuldeep Singh, Pankaj, and all of them, I've been knowing. So I'm very great pleasure to be here this morning. As I said, old friends like Professor Baike Gupta are there, so the pleasure. I met a colleague from Bhubaneswar also, a former colleague whom migrated to AIMS, so there's no issue. It's a personal visit, where I think very satisfying nature. I got the opportunity to share my feelings. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir.
ज़्यादा ले गया हूँ 5 मिनट शायद.
Thank you, sir. You said very correctly, we should not lose the momentum. I remember in 2004, you see, there was dropsy cases in Delhi and 60 people died, because the mustard oil was adulterated with argemone oil. And then Dr. V. Ramalinga Swami, former DGI ICMR and former director of AIMS Delhi, under his chairmanship, a committee was constituted and a lot of recommendations. But again, we lost that. I think this time you'll see that so many activities have been taken place, and Honorable Prime Minister himself has been taking interest. I think we will not lose the track, and a lot of progress we would be able to make jointly, involving all the institutes, AIMS, other medical colleges, ICR institutes, veterinary colleges, etc. We will make some good progress in this. Thank you very much. Request Dr. Mishra to.
Thank you, Dr. Tuteja, and extremely grateful to Professor Katoch for setting the tone for the CME. So let's collaborate to take care of our health. And I think he's very aptly set the tone that is One Health really an agenda for India? Yes, definitely. And taking that forward, our next speaker is Dr. G. Taru Sharma, and she's the director for the National Institute of Animal Biotechnology at Hyderabad. And she specializes in molecular reproductive biology and stem cell therapeutics for livestock. She has a PhD from ICAR IVRI, and she's developed groundbreaking techniques in germplasm biopreservation and stem cell application. Professor Sharma is a prominent Indian biologist specializing in molecular reproductive physiology and stem cell biology. And she heads the National Institute of Animal Biotechnology and also heads the consortium for One Health in the country. It's a matter of great privilege and honor to invite Madam to give her talk on DBT, the One Health Consortium.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mishra. Esteemed chairs, Dr. Mishra and Dr. Tuteja. Thank you very much, our consortia, important consortia partner and dear friend, Dr. Kuldeep Singh. And before Professor Kuldeep Singh, Dr. Puri, the director of this place, you said you're host, you're the chief host, we understand. Thank you very much, and as well as names Con. Very respected Professor Katoch, Madam Katoch, esteemed mentor to this consortia, Professor Y.K. Gupta, my colleagues from One Health Consortia, dear students. It's a very fine morning, and as you rightly said, that tone has been set up by Professor Katoch. There are few points. I mean, it was just 2 days back, November of 20th, where Professor Y.K. Gupta was one of the chairs when the country released the first AMR kit from the BIRAC platform. And surely the tone is very much on. And very rightly said by Professor Katoch, is a real visionary. It's not only few things which he's told about setting up Nagpur Institute. The city from where I come, that's a Hyderabad, which houses one of the important institute of ICMR, NARBAR. Clearly we know, sir, that was your brainchild and it's doing very well. And we understand your wisdom and thoughts that unless, as we said, let's collaborate to take care of our health. So unless we collaborate the right, professionalism, it really won't happen. Dr. Mishra and Dr. Tuteja, I made a small presentation, but I would respect 15 minutes. And before going for the presentation, I like to just make a couple of points which are linked with this One Health and One Health Consortia. So that is one, the institute. And as you rightly said, Professor Ayapan, and you were working for that ICAR, ICMR, National Institute of One Health. But I don't know, incidentally, today the ground reality is that it is only ICMR Institute, but for very many reasons. I don't want to go for that since you inquired about it. That's one. But it's working. And the good part which is happening, as you said, IVRI, yeah, I draw a distinct privilege to be the first batch of IVRI getting doctorate from there. So I've been hearing One Health. But honestly and truly, the approach was not in a consortia mode, in a collaborative mode. So good things were happening, linked with many zoonotic diseases, originating from livestock. So we all understand it's touching 70% and above. All the zoonotic nature diseases, they get transmitted from livestock to human beings. And that's how is the biggest concern. And COVID has taught all of us. So you cannot just keep them aloof. And as you were saying, I think someone said in the beginning, maybe the director of the institute. So people who are living along with the livestock, because we are basically an agrarian country, and our livestock human relationship is middle income farmer or low income farmers, they are all together. And some of the pathogens like tuberculosis and so on are so much transmitted through this, which is a part of the consortia. So with few of these things, let me just impress upon to this important group of people that what do we do in this consortia. If I could have a pointer or something, or should I handle it from here? Yeah. Well, this is the consortia. And of course, they were earlier thinking in ICMR and surely at IVRI also. I would not say ICR, but IVRI. It is 139 years old institution. Many wise men decided, I believe there must have been some wise women too. But then it was a DBT's focused effort where the consortia came into, the action. And this is the effort wherein we have 28 partners. It's a first One Health Consortia, which is running very well. And it's because of the consortia people, the groups involved in it, and because of the mentors of the consortia and the funding agencies which is monitoring it along with the mentors. And I'm very humbled, and with the respect, I would like to quote once again Professor Y.K. Gupta along with Dr. Ravindran. They have been really mentoring us, guiding us a lot. So this consortia is housed at, everybody can understand, the pharma or the vaccine capital of India, the Hyderabad. From there we lead, and it's an important institute of the country, National Institute of Animal Biotechnology. It's an autonomous institute under Department of Biotechnology. Tomorrow our secretary, Dr. Gokhale, would be here, who would talk about the recently announced BioE3 policy, BioRevolution. So I better focus only on the One Health. And exactly the motto is human welfare. So the same thing, let's collaborate to take care of our own health. And this is a vision and mission of an important institute, the only institute which is working in the country level and the animal biotechnology. It's a God bless institute, works on a lot of things. Enough has been pointed out for the zoonotic diseases. Very rightly, Professor Katoch was mentioning about the zoonotic diseases. So we do have a consortia, but before this, we have had a flagship project which was linking with a bunch of zoonotic diseases, say leptospirosis, JEV, and so on. And we have leads out of it. Institute is just 13 years old, and we have got point of care diagnostics and some of the DIVA capable brucellosis kits, ELISA kits, as well as LFAs. We also have country's first diagnostics LFA for Toxoplasma gondii, which is a highly zoonotic parasite, and that's an antigen-based diagnostic device. So this Zoonosis and One Health Consortia measure, the surveillance and forecasting, and as I said, more than 70%. So the beauty of this consortia is it has 1:1 consortia partner, the medical colleagues as well as the veterinary colleagues. We have wildlife experts as one wildlife center, and we have got a group from Northeast region. I think we are all very much aware. It's CCHF sir has already shown his concern, but it was ASF and now the avian influenza. So avian influenza may not be that zoonotic, but there are some reports. However, the important part is it does, hit our economy, and that's how we are concerned with such emerging diseases. So this is what exactly the consortia is, and we have some important institution like NRC of Meat and Nivedi. So Nivedi is kind of busy for the disease forecasting and disease, basically the modeling part with which they are involved, and NRC Meat on a foodborne pathogen, and these are the major aims and this is the objective. So we are very clear, and with that of those objectives we have been moving all through. So I will not just go with that. My aim is not to talk about the project per se, what are we doing. My aim is just to sensitize what the consortia is. So the important diseases which the group decided, I mean, I joined in 2021. Before that, my colleague Dr. Hegde is here, who was kind of giving a lot of inputs to this One Health Consortia when it just started. And they together sat and thought and decided that it should be like that. Random sampling approach for animals and syndromic approach for human being. Documentation is our core strength and we emphasize a lot. So do our mentors tell us. And we do very many other things. So there's a clear division of work, beautifully done. And many people might think that was the shepherding a big task for this consortia? I'll put it in a humble note. I mean, everything has got its own, ups and downs. But this is a beautifully knit consortia having important people into it, and one can just read the diseases and the centers and can just see that how exactly do we do. So it's going on very well. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic for sure. And this is a sample number. I don't want you to see that what all we do. I just want you to understand that what exactly through each cycle the strength of the consortia is, which will be Professor Katoj, we feel tomorrow's gold mine. And our mentors have really been emphasizing we should have a serum repository at NIAB, which we have right now at place, for which we are very happy. Surely we clearly understand that tomorrow, with all the sample size which I just put over here, and whatever we had done for wildlife samples, we are going to get subsumed to the National One Health mission being run by PS's office. So when I go and be part of their meetings, they're very clear and they're very open, but it's taking time, Dr. Mishra. Everything gets time to get momentum. So till that gets momentum and this baton is passed on to them, again, the credit goes to this important team of people who have been working and are working, and whatever outcome would be there, Dr. Katoj, I keep the fingers crossed that it will be in the best interest of the nation. That much of affirmation the team also has. So this is a strategy as a syndromic approach because they have to go based on the hospital-based cases, and they have been doing tremendously good. I have two important slides to share over here. What do they do? So disease investigation remains a part, and this is the picture of all our veterinary institutions. Uh, I have just written over there SF and LSDV. I'll not talk about PERS or PC or anything else. Everybody knows that when the lumpy skin disease was there in the country, and Rajasthan was also kind of a hub and a hot spot. So that time it may not be of a zoonotic nature, immaterial. But milk and I mean all of us would agree, all 4 meals we consume one or the other milk product. We start with tea, coffee, and with the curd or whatever. So this was important, and that is why our Northeast centers have played a very critical role to that. And when it was there with the Wildlife Center, so they also reported in the hog deer, especially the cysticercosis cases, when they have done. This credit goes to our Nivedi Center. Our colleague Suresh, Dr. Suresh is here, would also be doing. So, what are the hotspots? How do exactly do we move? What is the risk assessment? How do we forecast? This modeling is also a strength of the consortia, and I mean, these are some which are for the house to understand what exactly we do and how exactly we move on. So I'll not go in the detail and depth of it. It's an important slide. So what exactly is a consortia said, someone said after 2 years or so. So this circle which has been done over here, different pathogens are shown. At least we are able to mark that particular topography within the national nation, that what could be the probable places from where these zoonotic pathogens are moving, or they are kind of concentrating over there. This is the one. Likewise, for second, for our medical partners, this picture emerged out. We are building up better graphs, and when we have a meeting in December, I'm sure we would have much more clearer picture than that, but it's moving. That's the message I am giving over here through this consortium. It's not only that we just do disease forecasting, we do work on tools, reagents, and this is on a couple of it just to give a fragrance what all the consortia has. And off late, I think it'll be in the coming slides. So people do a lot of other things about zoonosis day and so on. Currently, where we are, so this is what is the consortia strength. I like to draw everybody's attention, especially the seniors, Professor Gupta and Dr. Katoj. Evenings are very important, sir. Third line, cycle 2 animal, and the sample collected and size and testing done. This number is swelling very well. And again, on a humble note, this is the strength and the repository, and the whole consortia owes a lot to acknowledge the mentors of the consortia, and this is going to give important lead and strength to the PSA's project which is there. So we have a wonderful networking, and that makes me feel that AIMS Jodhpur is, I mean, though I came here 4 times, but all of the 3 times to Palace for wedding, today for the first time to AIMS, I don't feel outsider because Kuldeep is our good friend. Anything you say, slowly he'll say, and we do it. And this is what is the studies of animals which has really told. Not to read everything, I had to respect 15 minutes, another 3 minutes or 2 minutes, please, Dr. Mishra. Just 2 minutes. So last line, if we move on to, out of the work the consortia was doing, one of the center, Tanuvas Chennai, they came and they said they are reporting a zoonotic parasite. And this is a kind of strength of the consortia. One thing. Second thing is cysticercosis, I already told through our wildlife center. Second thing is one of the centers at Iverai and along with other one, that is Tanuvas, they are developing PCRs, the diagnostics, for another important pathogen. So these are the things which we have been doing. And when it comes on a human, the last line which is written over there, it's a very important thing. We have a colleague, Professor Maolong. He collected 100 TB positive samples, human samples. We sent it to our veterinary institution for multiplex PCR, and this is the line which came. Another 100 samples are sitting, and we would like to understand what it is, and surely that would be a recommendation from the consortia. So this remains the strength. And then what do we do? What did we develop? All this. And as I was saying, we have standardized for scrub typhus, and these are new to PCR tests which eventually could be utilized besides very many other things. This is the overall societal impact of the project we really feel. At least One Health Consortia, led by NIAB, funded by DBT, supported by medicos, veterinarians, and all, is happening and happening with the data, which is fair enough, if not that robust. With that, I really thank, and I think this is all I would like to say from the consortia side. Thank you. And if chairs permit, maybe I am ready to take any discussion or questions.
Thank you, madam, for a wonderful presentation and telling us about the wonderful work that the National Institute of Animal Biotechnology is doing and awareness that you're creating about the zoonotic disease and the data and the evidence that you're there. I'm sure that it'll create great public awareness. I'm sure that with are you doing public awareness thing about the people
Well,
in the society to be aware about animal and diseases with them and what is there? I think it'll do better animal health also.
we are doing, all of us are doing. And that's what I was trying to show with the pinch that World Zoonosis Day or TB Day or One Health Day or World Animal Day. So all the consortia are doing, and we have got a composite list to present because our report card we had to make very meticulously. Professor Y.K. Gupta is a hardcore professional. So we do that and we are doing it.
Thank you, madam. I think again a wonderful repository and of data that you're collecting, and that will be a great pool to always get into, make future policies and plans for the future. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you for this wonderful talks on two aspects. Now I request Professor Sanjeev Mishra to felicitate Dr. V.M. Katoch for his keynote address. As a token of appreciation, we are giving this memento. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Tuteja to felicitate Dr. Taru Sharma for her talk on One Health Consortium. Now I request Dr. Shilpi Gupta Dikshit to felicitate Professor Sanjeev Mishra for chairing this session. I request Professor Nag Madam to please felicitate Dr. G.S. Tuteja, sir. So now we come to this first session of this CME. I thank both the chairperson for conducting this session so well and all the dignitaries for having this patience listening. We'll make break for a high tea. The time is short, so we'll be back in it within 15 minutes. Thank you. Hello. So welcome back after this brief high tea. Now we are moving towards a very interesting and very unique session, which will discuss the different aspect of the One Health from different perspective. So for this, I would like to invite our esteemed chairpersons, Professor Vaiki Gupta as the chairperson. So Professor Vaiki Gupta is former professor and head of Department of Pharmacology at AIMS Delhi, and he is a member of many of the committees and also the president of AIMS Jammu. Dr. R.K. Sawal. Dr. R.K. Sawal is director of the National Research Center on Camel at Bikaner, and he has a distinguished activities in the form of various research related to chemical studies, chemical and the chemical milk research with the Bikaner Middle College. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Arvind Mathur, who is a former principal and controller of Dr. SN Middle College, Jodhpur, and he is a very distinguished leader, still active in many domains, especially the geriatric and the integrative medicine. I would like to invite Dr. Siddharth Srivastava, who is a professor of practice at IT Jodhpur, and he is looking after the different aspects of the medtech students and their career. There are two more people who are going to just join. They are coming from the ward, Dr. Gopal Vora. He is a professor of medicine, professor and head of medicine department at AIMS Jodhpur. So we are just waiting for him, but we can start. And I request the chairpersons to initiate the sessions with the talks which are on different aspect of the One Health. So I request Professor YK Gupta to start the session.
नमस्कार टू एवरीबॉडी एंड हमारे दोनों को चेयर डॉक्टर सावल एंड डॉक्टर सिद्धार्थ का हमारा नमस्ते एंड माय रिगार्ड्स टू ऑल द डिग्निटरीज इन द कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल एंड आई नो डॉक्टर हेगड़े डॉक्टर नवेंद्र for many years now, particularly as I co-chair One Health program of Department of Science and Department of Biotechnology, of which Dr. Hegde is a wonderful coordinator. Dr. Hegde is not only a great scientist in himself, but also a wonderful, I would think, compiler, coordinator, and also a person who puts everything in one perspective and give a new direction. तो हमारे वन हेल्थ प्रोग्राम में 20-21 इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं फ्रॉम डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हेल्थ, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी इंस्टीट्यूट इंक्लूडिंग ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट मेडिकल साइंसेज, the veterinary colleges, wildlife, biological sciences, the institution from Northeast particularly, to the institutions in North and every part of the country represents. We know that today AMR, antimicrobial resistance, is also called as a silent pandemic. And one of the important preparedness for this silent pandemic is see what are the original causes. जब हम इसको देखते हैं, then we find that not only it is a human which is important, but it is entire concept, as Dr. Kotoch mentioned in the morning. In fact, he conceived this idea long back. Environment is one factor. Then when you say environment, means it is the aquatic, the zoonotic, the environment. So ये सारी चीजें बड़ी important है. Therefore, One Health concept is so important. How many diseases are prevalent in animal which can be transmitted to human, and from human to animal, and from aquatic to this? Linkage establishment between the animals and the human is very difficult. It's not so easy. Tuberculosis or maybe some avian flu, it is much. But when you look for the profile of diseases, then you have to look for the presence of the microbial organisms which are causative in animals, then method of transmission, the amount of transmission, and then the same organism with mutation or without mutation causing disease in human. And after that, सिर्फ इसको identification is not only important, and that's why One Health program is, what could be the best intervention which can inhibit this transmission, and what can be the best intervention which can prevent and treat this. We also look for the inappropriate disposal of antibiotics from pharmaceutical industry, the inappropriate disposal of drugs from pharmaceutical industry as well as from the hospital. And you know the famous incidence of number of deaths of vultures, disappearance of vulture to that extent from couple of areas in Northeast Asia and India and Pakistan and Bangladesh primarily, and which was attributed to administration of diclofenac in larger animals for pain killing, and also disposal of diclofenac as it was found in carcass of animals. उसके basis पे couple of drugs were banned. Oxytocin was banned because it was used in plants and consumed by animals. Oxytocin was consumed in animals and was also found to be having some effect on human. So what could be the residual effect? That is also important. And entire this thing is One Health. And how much effort One Health is? Somebody raised a question, very valid question. कि One Health का linkage establish करना is one thing, but then ultimately it is also important to educate public, creating awareness about One Health, which is almost negligible in India. And that is why this topic is very, very important, valid, and contemporary, and I would say futuristic. So the concept which Dr. Katoch has initiated maybe 10, 15 years back has gained more importance today. Important thing is, जो Dr. Katoch ने morning में कहा कि are we toeing the toe? Are we just toeing the name of given by the Western world? Perhaps I think that should never be the spirit, as he said. इसको हमको अपने देश के हिसाब से कौन से animals, कौन सा bacteria which can affect human life, which can affect a zoonotic life, or which can affect the environmental. I think that is important. So nobody can be better than Dr. Hegde, and who is spearheading this entire country's program. And of course, Dr. Taru gave, who is coordinator from the institution of ICMR. Thank you very much. With this note, I request Dr. Hegde to give his presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, sir. Respected chairman, dignitaries of the dais, other attendees here. What I thought was, since Madam Dr. Taru Sharma has already mentioned about what has been going on with One Health, I thought I would provide some glimpse of why animals are important for us, not just for One Health, but also for our lives. So that going forward, why do we need to pay attention to the epidemiology of livestock disease, both for livestock health and production, as well as zoonotic disease? But mostly I'll focus on zoonotic disease. So acknowledgements first, I'd like to thank NAMS, Dr. Kuldeep Singh especially, the One Health Consortium and DBT BRIC. So there's a large number of organisms in the world, and the large majority is actually insects. And if you look at chordates, a very small proportion, out of which 25% are mammals. Rest of them are other sorts of animals. But they're all important. And out of the mammals, only 32% are humans. Rest are all other livestock. Actually, cattle and other livestock are the large proportion. Wild mammals are only about 1.5%. And if you look at the energy transfer, this is the classical food pyramid that you see in biology textbooks, even at high school. Energy being captured from the sun and going upwards. But actually, it's not that simple. It goes from one way to the other. There are several levels, different kinds of arrows flying everywhere. So it's not as simple as a simple, pyramid. And microbes do play an important part in this because bacteria, including cyanobacteria and other bacteria that help in production of energy, are attacked by viruses. In turn, their population goes down and the viruses cannot survive and their population goes up. So there is a flux everywhere. So microbes do play an important role in this energy transfer process, but they also cause. So it's estimated that there are about 1,500 pathogens that infect humans. And if you can see the number of bacterial and viral pathogens in the top and the bottom graphs here, there has been a tremendous increase in the number, mainly because of genomics, which is able to differentiate the different species of viruses and bacteria. And if you look at the history of pandemics caused by viruses mostly and bacteria as well, we've had this from time immemorial, various kinds of pandemics, and something that HIV is still ongoing. And many of them have occurred in the last 15, 20 years, mainly because we are able to identify them, we are able to speciate them, we are able to differentiate them. And equal number of them are bacteria and viruses. And many are zoonotic. Do we have evidence whether they're zoonotic? Yes, there have been 2 seminal works that have been published. I won't go into the others. In 2000, it was identified that 1,709 human pathogens at that time, they identified 49% were zoonotic, means they came from animals. They identified 156 emerging pathogens, of which 73% were zoonotic. And emerging pathogens are 3 times more likely to be zoonotic. There was another paper in 2008 where they looked at 60-year data, where they looked at 335 EIDs or emerging infectious diseases. Again, 60% of them were zoonotic, and almost 3/4 came from wildlife, not just domestic animals, but originally from wildlife. So this graph shows the same thing. If you look at zoonotic wildlife, which is in white in these bars, large proportion actually. And they are there everywhere. So much so that WHO, made a statement that we've been seeing a new infectious disease every year for the last more than 30 years. So what causes the spillover? And here comes the importance of the animals. It's not just microbes crossing the border and with a passport. It starts with us chasing the food. Agriculture started several thousands of years ago, but intensive agriculture is only about 100 to 200 years old, where we have started using agrochemicals and growing them in large scale, deforestation, etc. But our association with animals goes much, much farther. We have been domesticating animals for several thousand years, even including for food purposes, companionship, sports, etc. Of course, with all this, we sit at the top of the food chain. And that's where comes the problem. But we have to realize that we can't just, get away from animals. Animals, if somebody says that, okay, animals are taking away our food, just sit back and think for a moment. I'd like to make a point that 86% of what the livestock eats is not edible for us. Only 14% is what is common to us and them. So basically, they are utilizing something that is not edible for us and then converting themselves as food for us. In fact, 18 to 20% of our energy and 40% of our protein comes from livestock. So there's a lot of strength in rearing livestock. There's also weaknesses, food safety, etc. There's also a threat, and that's where the diseases come in. And indeed, the greatest burden of this threat falls on the 1 billion poor livestock keepers of the world, mostly around the equator. More than 1 in 7 livestock are infected every year. 2.3 billion human illnesses occur, and 1.7 million human deaths occur because of these zoonotic infections. So then what drives the spillover? As we can all agree, it's mainly anthropocentrism. We think humans are the center of everything. Okay? In fact, the time has come for us to change this. And the reason for all this spillover is multiple causes. We know this, I mean, including tourism. I may pick up some pathogen and I can mechanically transfer it to some other country. So I won't go into the details. I'll give you some glimpses as well. So the pathogen flow as the human-animal interface, if you look at this graph from 10,000 BCE versus 2000 CE, the pandemic graph has actually gone very steep, suddenly has gone very, very steep. I mean, this has also to do with identification of pathogens. But we should also acknowledge that we are also intensifying livestock production. So our contact with animals has also increased. And we live in a continuous flux between livestock, very domestic wildlife, and the wildlife. So there's always a chance for pathogen to come from wildlife to very domestic wildlife, to livestock to humans, and there's always an interaction. And intensification of livestock production and other human-animal interface is important for One Health. So if you look at population urbanization, where increasing demand for milk or meat or animal products happens, intensification also causes increase in animal diseases because they are kept in close quarters. Their feeding is very uniform. Their genetics are very uniform. They become more susceptible to disease. And when that happens, there is always a chance that there is a spillover to human beings. And this is true even for AMR. Using, antimicrobials in humans, animals, and there's a transfer either ways. So this is very critical, where livestock production contributes to zoonotic diseases, not just our protein and energy. And you can also get these things from live markets, wildlife hunting, intensive wildlife farming, even zoos. Okay, so it's important that we understand that a lot of these diseases are ultimately coming from animals. And wild animals are no less important. Many infections are known to be ultimately coming from wild animals. And in fact, there was a 2-page note in one of the papers from Seema Patel from San Diego State University, stating that every member of kingdom Animalia is a potential vector for human pathogens. So I give some examples. H5N1 flu, which is being tied down to migratory birds. And it's been tracked down that the movement of these H5N1 N1 was mainly because of migratory birds. Cases of H1N1 pandemic influenza originally started in Mexico and then California. But this was a reassortment between avian, swine, and human viruses. And the problem with influenza is its reservoir are birds, and there are an estimated 20% of the birds that are migratory in nature. So out of the 10,000 bird species, about 20% are migratory in nature, and they can carry the flu viruses everywhere. Examples of West Nile virus coming from animals, Nipah coming from pigs, and monkeypox coming from animals. And there's a famous case of a Gambian rat, which was imported into US, and they found, prairie dogs dying, and then it infected some humans in the US. SARS is another example, although the definitive hosts that carry definitive animal hosts are not very well known. Civet cats are thought to be the ones, MERS through camels. And we do not know if, Ebola hemorrhagic fever, Zika, all these have any animal reservoirs. Dengue also, in fact. Human coronaviruses, we know they have origins mostly in bats and then transmitting into intermediate hosts. And bats, in fact, have a variety of viruses that can ultimately be transmitted to us. So ultimately, it's not enough that we focus only on the medical health or people. We have to have a proactive approach rather than, yeah, I'll wind up in a couple of minutes. So if you look at this, the spillover events in animals is these small bumps at the bottom, and then there's spillover into livestock, and then into humans. But if you actually take this is what happens in a reactive approach. If you take a proactive approach and try to control this and detect this in animals, you will be reducing the red peak, which is what happens in humans. And ultimately, that is where One Health lies. So the benefits of controlling zoonosis, I will not go into the details, but there are very few studies which look at animals and the One Health approach and cost reduction. So I'd like to just point out the last bullet, which implies 85 billion losses could be averted by investing $25 billion. So 4 times more savings than what you spend. So where do we start? We have to start somewhere, and that is surveillance. And with that, we have to have prevalence studies. That's what exactly Madam was telling in the morning. Long-term solutions, we have to have surveillance, not just prospective epidemiology. We have to have crosstalks between various sectors, sharing of samples, isolate sequences, convergence, cross-validation of diagnostics, funding for something unknown. We don't know anything, and most people would not come forward to fund these things. Infrastructure development, HR development, and networking, and regulatory facilitation for diagnostics, reference material, and our own risk groups, for example. So resources need to be maximized. We can't be blaming agriculture sector is doing this, veterinary sector is doing this, medical sector is doing this. We have to come together, put our resources together. This is actually the slides for Tracy McNamara, who was instrumental in identifying West Nile viral infection in Bronx Zoo and linked that to human infections in the US. And this graph shows the number of veterinarians in different parts of the country. Believe me, it's not just the medical community that is suffering from less number of doctors. Even veterinary doctors are less in number. So we have to work together in order to resource optimize, and collaboration is everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, today, for your wonderful presentation. And at the end, you said that is the collaboration and networking which is more important. The next speaker in this session is Dr. R.K. Kakani, who is from ICAR CAZRI Jodhpur. And Dr. Kakani is a scientist who is primarily working in the GM food, genetically modified food. And as we know that genetically modified food is one of the very potential area, a very controversial area, and a lot of ifs and buts are there. The regulations are there, the policies are being made, particularly when the genetically modified food is consumed or is used in agriculture, which is primarily today. And this food is consumed by human, and then there is a risk assessment is to be done. And if there is any glitch in the risk assessment, then it can be disaster. But if this is safety is established, then it can increase the crop production for many, many folds. So that's why One Health is important. So all to Dr. R.K. Kakani. Time is, how much time is? It's 10 minutes. It's a bit short, but I know that how you can finish it in time.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I will, the introduction, I was told I was working on genetically modified food. I will correct it. I'm not doing this job. I'm a conventional plant breeder who develops the variety. I will give you only the talk of genetically modified food and the human health. How it is working, dear? Okay. We will start. What is genetically modified food? Genetically modified food is that produced from a plant or animal where the gene is introduced from the different organism without the natural way it is being introduced. This is the simplest way FAO told, and this shows if, for example, I will show you this is the easiest way. This is the gene from Arctic fish DNA that is introduced in strawberry to induce the frost resistance. The gene is from fish to strawberry, and this is a GMO. There are many examples having the benefit like the golden rice, BT cotton having the gene from Bacillus thuringiensis, a bacteria having in the soil and having the toxic effect on the insect's gut, and the herbicide resistance particularly for the Roundup. How common? When we think about the GMO, in India, GMO is very less, but in other countries, it is too much. For example, in Australia and US, 82% is from these two countries. And the major concern are for the corn and the soybean. These crops are used for the herbicide resistance. It not comes to the directly to India, but the products of these are coming to India. As such, in Indian conditions, we have very less, but many products are available around the world, which is coming to India. Corn syrup, tofu, canned foods, soya sauces, animal that feeds the GMO. It having its effect on human body. What are the benefits of the GM food? GM food have the benefits for the pest resistance, herbicide resistance, cold, drought, and salinity resistance, nutritional. This is having direct effect on the human nutrition. The example is the golden rice. Pharmaceuticals can be produced from the plants having the vaccines, especially in tomato, potato. Phytomedicine. This is always we have to remove heavy metals from the soil. That can be possible through the plants having this capacity to remove heavy metals, and it also reduces the consumer cost because we have to feed too much generating populations. But there are many concerns about the drawbacks, environmental hazards. Insect became resistant to BT. Wheat will cross a bread and having the herbicide tolerance. And when we will talk with human hazard, it may have the allergic reactions, increase antibiotic resistance, gene transfer from that GM food to human body or the bacteria present in intestine. Anti-nutritional effect also, particularly when used in soybean-like crops. It may induce this toxicity, environmental effect, and the economic effect. But if one word, what impact do GM foods have on health? Actually, at present, we can't say it is impacting us to which extent because in human long-term effects, studies and data is very scarce. But the studies carried out with animals shows altered metabolism, particularly for zymogen synthesis and processing of enzymes in mice, only in single generation of feeding of 60 days. Inflammation, enlarged inguinal and axillary lymph nodes, and increased leukocyte counts in blood of mice. Kidney and liver malfunction even in only 60 days. Reduce fertility in 3 generations. In 3 generations study with mice, it shows having the fertility reduced by 50% and also having quantitative changes in some cellular constituents and having the toxic effects such as hepatic, pancreatic, renal, and reproductive effect. These all impacts has been assessed in animals, but for the human, we have to need a long-term experiments. Allergenicity. This is the probable effect of GM. Additional protein produced have the potential to cause the additional allergic responses, increase antibiotic resistance because when we transfer the gene from one organism to another, we have to associate gene how we can identify it. This is available in cell. So for this purpose, it will induce this resistance. The one major concern that is always with us, that is the gene transfer. When we transfer a gene with promoter, it goes to human intestinal cell. It may cause cancerous or any other effects on the body. Anti-nutritional effect also having, particularly for glyphosate resistant soybean, what we have of the effect of GM plants, especially in birds, insects, worms. For example, only the one thing, that is glyphosate. We use this chemical to control the weeds in crops. But some GMOs are produced having glyphosate resistance. So we can kill the kill the weeds and the crops remain safe. But this glyphosate use is increased by GM crop, and here it have direct effect as a cell toxicity, carcinogenicity, neurotoxicity, and endocrine disruption. These are the direct effect when we use the chemicals in higher quantities and traces with crops. Conclusion in a simple line: potential of exposure in large segment of human population is of genetically modified. More research is needed to ensure that GM foods are safe for human consumption. Otherwise, like India, we are having restricted only for the one or two crops, but still we think that it is certainly needed a more research, more effect of GM on the human health. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Knights, for giving me a project.
Thank you, Dr. Kakani. You have taken up a very important topic. But since on GM, I think the difficulties which are faced later on can be added because you are producing crops. So thanks for your. I invite the next Professor Shushmita Jha. She is from Indian Institute of Technology, Jodhpur. And she is working on the OneHealth program also. I mean, she will be delivering on the medical technologies and OneHealth.
Very good afternoon to all of you. And thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me here. My name is Sushmita. I'm from IIT Jodhpur, and I'm one of the coordinators of the joint programs in medical technologies that run across IIT and AIIMS. Today, I'm going to try and bridge the gap between MedTech and OneHealth and talk about convergence for better health outcomes. So what is MedTech? Of course, in this audience, most of you know that MedTech encompasses innovative solutions for disease diagnosis, treatment, and prevention. It includes medical devices, diagnostic equipment, digital health platforms, and healthcare for IT. And it aims to improve patient outcomes, enhance healthcare efficiency, and reduce costs. What we set out to do was create self-reliance in MedTech for India. India is the fourth largest market for medical devices in Asia among the top 20 markets globally. The market for medical technologies devices in India is expected to grow to $50 billion in 2025. Unfortunately, imports constitute more than 80% of our market. And India has the lowest per capita spend of only $3 on medical devices amongst all BRIC nations, which we think is a massive opportunity for medtech startups in India. So our mission over the years has been to develop a multidisciplinary program to produce deep tech innovators in the field of medical technologies. This, of course, is a massive task which could not have been possible without the incredible leadership that we were able to get from Professor Sanjeev Mishra here at AIIMS Jodhpur, Professor Murthy at IIT Jodhpur, our previous director, Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, and of course now Professor Puri, as well as Professor Agarwal. So these multidisciplinary programs aim to create interdisciplinary breakthroughs, disruptive healthcare technologies, healthcare innovations, and a fast pace of technology development, which would then lead to innovation in healthcare. But why do you even need these kind of programs? Well, there's a need for professionals with multidisciplinary backgrounds that have a training in entrepreneurship and business to meet the challenges of the future for transformations in healthcare. This, of course, cannot be done by medical practitioners alone, neither by engineers or by management professionals alone. So you need to generate manpower with multi-dimensional capabilities of creative thinking, deep knowledge, and a strong sense of business. And that's what we did. So in 2020, we launched these programs called the Joint Programs in Medical Technologies that offer master's, PhD, and dual degree in medical technologies. We take small number of driven individuals who come from medical backgrounds as well as engineering backgrounds and take them on into this unique program. Our pipeline is inspired by the process of biodesign. So we identify, invent, and implement. How do we do that? I'll show you. So the salient features, of course, is the first program of its kind in the country that provides an opportunity to medical professionals and engineers as well to work under a transdisciplinary academic umbrella. It is designed to cater to the emerging needs of innovation in healthcare, and it provides joint guidance from faculty members of AIMS Jodhpur as well as IIT Jodhpur in emerging areas of healthcare. And of course, we are able to get the state-of-the-art facilities at both of these institutes, which leads us to this unique program that has core subjects which are taught across both institutes, as well as innovation and entrepreneurship-driven research projects. This program, therefore, nurtures entrepreneurship and finally generates IP and technologies which are leading to many startups. I'll share some startups today. So what do? The secret sauce is the curriculum, which we took many years to create. So we have basic cross-disciplinary training, where we have candidates from the medical backgrounds learn basics of engineering. So they learn basic courses in electrical engineering and computer science. And we have candidates from the engineering background take basic courses in anatomy and physiology. So they are able to now communicate in each other's languages. Now, this is the most important part, which is immersion. So candidates of the whole batch will each team up a doctor and an engineer together, and then they will go for what is called as immersion, which is they go to IPD and OPD settings of AIMS Jodhpur as well as IIT Jodhpur, and they will look at the infrastructure available as well as the problems that are faced by the physician, the providers, healthcare providers, or the patients. And then over several weeks, a semester, sometimes 2 semesters, they will document these findings and create a list of needs. This finally leads to needs statement, and this becomes somewhat of a mission statement where these teams' efforts lead to a identification or solution for the needs. Now, these needs are ranked, and we've been very lucky because we don't just have a group of faculty members who participate in looking at the needs, but we also have the directors of both institutes participate in looking at the needs and telling the students which might be the most pertinent ones. And once the needs are screened, then we look at the team members creating technologies. So these are some images from clinical immersion at AIMS Jodhpur and at IIT Jodhpur. As you see, all facilities are open to these students. So the teaching learning process then is we take technology and medicine basics, which are common courses. Once the students have understood these, we take them across common courses in business and entrepreneurship. They then take elective courses, which allow them to have specialized training in areas of engineering and medicine. And then they'll go into the invent, implement platform, which is to take courses that allow them to create these prototypes and take them from the lab to the market. These are some of the kind of electives that we offer: diagnostics, therapy, therapeutics, AI in medicine, medical devices and implants. And of course, that brings me to why am I talking at a One Health meet, right? So One Health, of course, is interdisciplinary and it recognizes interconnectedness between humans and animals and environmental health. And it addresses complex relationships between humans, animals, and ecosystem health. How do we pivot our knowledge of medtech into One Health? We allow for convergence of medtech and One Health at the level of digital health platforms by integrating human, animal, and environmental health data for predictive analytics as well as early disease detection. Point of care diagnostics, developing portable, affordable diagnostic tools for zoonotic diseases. Personalized medicine, leveraging genomics, AI, and ML for tailored treatments. And telemedicine, as well as remote monitoring for enhancing access in resource limited areas. Of course, data-driven decision-making is something that we've had a lot of experience in. So this convergence, of course, will lead to improved disease surveillance, enhanced patient outcomes and quality of life, increased efficiency and reduced healthcare costs, and better environmental stewardship and conservation. This will also lead to advanced research and innovation, which is exactly what our students are doing. So these are some of our students from the master's, dual degree, and PhD batches. And let me show you the outcomes of our unique ecosystem. So since 2020, which was the start of the global pandemic, we generated 8 student and faculty-led startups. 3 of those startups have raised more than 50 lakhs to 1 crore. Recently, one of them have been able to raise 100,000 US dollars. We've received, these student-led startups have led to 4 BIRAC big grants, 7 MSME grants, 8 DBT by Design fellowships, several medtech hackathons, many research publications, 8 patents, and Prime Minister Research Fellowships. These are some of our startups. So Cellverse looks at generating non-animal disease models by 3D bioprinting. Kanika Singroha, Indranil Banerjee, Shilpi Gupta Dikshit, as well as their advisors have been able to create this company, which has generated about more than 1 crore in funding. Then we have Caldor, led by Harisharan Tilak, Dr. Amit Goyal, and Dr. Ajay Agarwal, which are generating portable, minimally invasive, non-surgical methods for reshaping nasal septal cartilage. And we have Healyantra by Varun, Divesh, and Dr. Hardik Kotaria, who they are helping generate smart syringes for ultrasound-guided procedures. Of course, I'm limited by time, and we have more than 70 students now. So all of them are at some level or the other of generating small prototypes to products. This is Shilpin Med, which is developing bedridden assistive devices for bedridden individuals. Our ecosystem has been in the news, and we've had many distinguished visitors appreciate our work, and we are very encouraged by this support. And recently, when our institute was dedicated to the nation, our Prime Minister, PM Modi, talked about the AIIMS Jodhpur and IIT Jodhpur ecosystem, providing medical technologies to the ecosystem, not just in Rajasthan, but across the country. This ecosystem contains JCKIF, which is a Knowledge Innovation Cluster, our incubation center TISC, MedTech Park, and of course, support from the government and industry. And now we have a joint center for MedTech, which supports by funding, talent, support regulation, as well as indigenous manufacturing. With academic programs that started out in 2020, we now lead idea to prototype. We are planning for a maker lab in MedTech, support for regulatory clinics, and with the help of AIIMS Jodhpur to have small clinical trials in the area of MedTech. So these convergences, of course, have some challenges. For example, we need to think about interoperability and data standardization. We need to think about regulatory frameworks and policy alignment, cybersecurity and data. I'm sorry, I'm almost done, another minute. Workforce development and training, and addressing health disparities as well as access inequalities. In the future, we have to think about integrating AI and ML for predictive health analytics, developing wearable technologies for human and animal health monitoring, advancing precision medicine and personalized health, and enhancing global collaboration as well as knowledge sharing. This will help us address social determinants of health as well as health equity. This kind of an exercise would not be possible by any one person or one institute. And we have been very lucky to have a group of individuals across both institutes who have been involved in mentoring students, teaching courses, and have been part of the immersion at both the institutes. We also have a small group of colleagues called the MedTech Program Coordination Committee, which includes Professor Kuldeep, who have been actually been very instrumental in steering the programs and the quality of the students as well as their products. So this was from last year's annual conference that we have every year, MedTech conference called ICMI. We host it in February. We look forward to hosting you all again next year. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sushmita, for enlightening us with very innovative, relevant program, which is going to impact health of everyone. So it's most relevant for One Health. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
For now, I'd like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Deepak Kumar. Dr. Deepak is Associate Professor in Division of Infectious Disease, Department of General Medicine, AIIMS Jodhpur. Recently has been honored with a very prestigious Fellowship of Infectious Disease Society of America for his work and he has published several papers and has been responsible for developing the being the co-coordinator of DM Infectious Disease Program over here. Over to you, Dr. Deepak, to talk about antimicrobial resistance and antibiotic stewardship, which is very relevant in the context of One Health. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for blessings and kind words. Good afternoon to all my teachers and colleagues. And especially thanks to Kuldeep sir to providing me this opportunity to talk on this platform of One Health. So I very briefly talk about how the AMR and antimicrobial stewardships and what we can find as small link to get further progress in the future. So I think everyone is aware about all the definitions, and the AMS is that coherent sets of action in which clinicians should use the antimicrobials with responsibly with some sets of the actions. And these are the three pillars of the AMS program in any of the hospital, and also in our hospital, this antimicrobial stewardship, which is the primary function of the clinician to prescribe appropriate antibiotic with the appropriate dose, duration, infection prevention practices, and all the health workers, including even non-medicals, even the staffs, even the guards, are the part of the IPC practices of any hospitals, and definitely the diagnostic stewardships. And to achieve all these milestones, we are also working on the antimicrobial resistance pattern. We are regularly publishing our antibiograms. We have made our local antibiotic policy based on the what are the organisms in our hospitals and what are the antibiotic and antimicrobial going to be act. And we also looking the outcomes in the form of antibiotic use, morbidity, mortality, hospital stay. So these are the works which we are doing. And as this is the week of antimicrobial awareness, today also in evening we are also doing this awareness program for all the healthcare personals in the hospitals. But when we discussing about the antimicrobial resistance and bacteriology for the as a clinicians, everyone's remember the textbook of the microbiology, and we are think there are a lot of the bacteria, not more than 20, 30, sometimes 40, 50 bacteria. But when we actually see in the practice, only 4 or 5 bacteria are important. Or if clinician can able to know about these 4 or 5 bacteria, they can able to achieve 90% of the stewardship practices. And that can be in the hand of bacteria. Or if we see the critical pathogens, the Enterobacteriaceae, the Pseudomonas, and the Staph aureus, and Enterococcus. These are 4-5 bacteria are the basically responsible for more than 90% of diseases in the human beings. And if clinician can know and how we can link it to the One Health, we can help to know how these resistance are ever increasing in the human beings and the AMRs. So if we talk about when we talk about the One Health, we will see many of the aspects, many of the links of the livestock, links of the environment, waters, heavy metals, and many things are linked with the humans. And as a clinician, we are not know okay, how we can start our approach to One Health. So I'll try to make only one point on this platform, that where is the link for clinicians for the One Health. So if we see some data, so these data are, as Dr. Hegde sir is saying, the genomics could be one of the solutions. So if we see some data from the Western country, so this is the recently published study from the England, and what they had found, that there is no link of antibiotic resistance gene between the human pathogens and the environment pathogens for the E. coli, which is the one of the organism. And similarly, in the Italy, where is a high drug resistance of Klebsiella is present, and they found there is no genotypic or phenotypic evidence of the non-susceptible carbapenemase genes are linked between the human pathogens as well as the environmental pathogens. But when we look these genomic data in the Indian setting, which are very, very less, and what they found, there's a strong connections of environment, and there's a high burden of ARGs, antibiotic resistance gene, in the water. And when there's a poor sanitation, the transfers of these genes from the humans or from the environment to the human are high, and it is statistically significant. It means we, as the developing country, we have to found some link. And the water, I think it is the most common. Water is used everywhere, and is the one of the common source to get the infection from the environment to the hospital. And this is a very, very recent paper which is done in India at the CMC Vellore. What they did, they collected the Klebsiella isolates from the patient, 60 isolates, and also the 60 isolates from the livestock of the Vellore. And they also took some 16 isolates of Klebsiella from the hospital sewage. And they did a complete whole genomic study. And what they have found, the water sewage isolates and the patient's isolates are found to be hypervirulent gene that is responsible for all the MDROs, but they did not found this hypervirulent gene in the livestock. So actually we are do not knowing what is the exact link, what they are connecting, and how they are gene transferring from one bacteria from the humans to the environment. Similarly, in AIMS Jodhpur, however, we are not done very larger study, but in small studies, what we have found, we took some isolates that are phenotypically not resistant with the meropenem or the carbapenem, which is the growing concern nowadays. But when we did the genetic analysis of these isolates, what we found, the 50% isolates are having these carbapenemase genes. And all these isolates are taken from the community acquired infection. They are not hospital acquired. It could be means that these genes are present in the community acquired, and where these genes are coming in these community acquired infection, we do not know. And if we are not taking some action, the gene could be responsible for the carbapenemase resistance E. coli in the community also, which is now the problem of hospital acquired, but not the community. Similarly, we did a small study in the Acinetobacter, which is a very common problem in the ICU. So what we found, we did a whole genome study, and what we found that these EMR and MDT genes, these genes are responsible for multi-drug resistance in the E. coli, but not in the Acinetobacter. And we found these genes, and these Acinetobacter isolates are resistant to the all, including the colestins. So there's a always concept that the bacteria are transferring their MDR genes to their progeny. But nowadays, the one bacteria is taking the genes which are not in this bacteria and responsible for second resistance. And similar reports are also reported. The MRSA, the methicillin resistance Staph aureus is the problem, and vancomycin resistance Enterococci is the problem. but not vancomycin resistant staph aureus. But there are reports that these VRE, if there's a co-occurrence, just not co-infection, just co-occurrence or co-colonization, these enterococci are transferring their vancomycin resistance gene to the staph aureus. And the exact mechanism, we do not know. How it is linked, is there any link with the One Health? So we can do a genomic wide study. We can utilize the organism of the water, which is the commonest source, which is utilized for every patient and healthcare worker. And we can genomically map the same organism in the patients, and we can found some solution. So by this platform, I just want to share only one link, that WGS could be the one link which can resolve many of the queries which are still on the concept of the One Health. So at the end, I just want to highlight that One Health is the only way to combat the AMR, and there's a need of one platform so that showcase all the surveillance data or all the antimicrobial use data. And definitely the water sanitation is one of the impact on the AMS, because all IPC practices are based on the water, and WS could be the key to resolve this, one of the solution of the AMR. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deepak, for highlighting the importance of clinicians being aware of the issue of One Health and giving an idea that whole genomic sequence could be one link which could be used for this. Thank you very much. Now we will go ahead with our next presentation.
Dr. Rakesh Ranjan is a graduate in veterinary sciences and animal husbandry from Pantnagar. He did MBSc and PhD in disciplines of veterinary medicine from Izzat Nagar, UP. He is a recipient of ICR JRF fellowship and Raman postdoctoral fellowship from UGC. So we'll invite him to deliver his talk. Thank you. You may please start.
Thank you, sir. Esteemed chair and honorable members of the house, good afternoon to all of you. And today I am going to present the importance of camel health in relation to human diseases in this Thar ecosystem. So you all know that this dromedary or single-humped camel, this is a very important livestock in arid zone of this Rajasthan state, and the worldwide population of the single-humped camel is nearly around 37 million. But it is sad to note that the population of the single-humped camel in India is only limited to 2.5 lakhs, and that too is declining with a very fast rate. So over the last 6-7 years, it has declined by 37%, but still it is an important source of draught power and milk in many of the Thar desert areas, where it is an important livestock, and not only the source of food and draught power, but it is also an integral part of the social and religious cultures. You can very well appreciate this by watching the posters of this conference, where the single-hump camel is the only animal which appears on this platform. So this dromedary camel is supposed to be resistant for many of the livestock diseases which are causing heavy morbidity and mortality in other livestock. But the camels, they do suffer from the disease, but the clinical severity of those diseases, they are very, very less. So there are nevertheless, this single-hump camel, they are susceptible for many of the diseases which can be transmitted from camel to human beings, and not only to human beings, but the other livestock with which they are being raised. So these zoonotic diseases arising from camel can be classified into two groups. One group, group A, consists those diseases for which there are confirmed epidemiological and molecular evidences that yes, the camel is the responsible for spreading the disease directly to human beings. And among these, MERS is the most important one, and followed by brucellosis, plague, camel pox, hepatitis, and anthrax. Fortunately, most of these diseases, they are being transmitted largely through consumption of the raw camel milk. And in our country, or I would like to say in Rajasthan state, slaughter of the camel is strictly prohibited, and no one is consuming the camel milk. However, the another source is remains the camel milk, which is most of the time being consumed raw by the people, and that serves as a major source of transmission of zoonotic diseases to human beings. Then group B consists those diseases for which the camel is being suspected for the point source. However, the conclusive evidences, they are not available. But since the zero prevalence of for these diseases, say for toxoplasmosis, Rift Valley fever, tuberculosis, and CCHF and Q fever, that has been found to be very high in other dromedary camel rearing countries. So it is supposed that camel, they harbor these infections. They do not show any clinical symptoms, but may act as a source of infection to other livestock as well as the human beings. Then this map is showing the confirmed cases of zoonotic transmission of diseases from dromedary camel. You can note very well that the first confirmed case was from Libya in year 1976, where the plague spread after consumption of the raw camel meat. However, in year 2018 and 20, from Kenya, there was an outbreak of MERS coronavirus. So now I would like to discuss what are different risk factors that predisposes the people living in Thar for transmission of zoonotic diseases from camel. So first and foremost is the close camel and human association in this area. The camel is an integral part of many social events, as well as the camel owners, particularly the Raika and Revari communities, they love their animals very well. So there is close proximity, and many of the diseases, they are transmitted directly from camel to animal. Another belief is another important point is the belief that the camel milk should be consumed raw for its maximal health benefits. So these Raika and Revari communities, they do not boil the animals and they directly consume. So many of the diseases like tuberculosis and brucellosis, there are every chance that these are being transmitted from infected camel to to human beings. And it is interesting to note that the camel, they show minimal symptoms or clinical abnormalities in even in case of heavy burden of these zoonotic bacteria. Then one another factor is the camel often share the watering and feeding facilities with the other livestock. The other livestock, they transmit the disease to the camel, which shows minimal clinical symptoms, and they acts as a reservoir of those infections. Then regarding Middle East respiratory syndrome, this was first identified in year 2012 in Arabian Peninsula, and since then more than 26 countries the disease has been reported. But the dromedary camels, they are the only source of virus identified so far. So the uh, transmission from camels to human beings, they in majority of cases they occur through foodborne transmission and not through the direct contact or aerosol transmission. And in our country, there is no confirmed data. No study has been conducted so far. But there are reports that in most of the MERS affected human beings, they never came in contact with the dromedary camel. So now the scientists, they are thinking that some other source may be bats or like other wild animals may be source of this virus. Then, as I told, more than 26 countries, they have confirmed the presence of this virus, but in our country, there is no confirmed report. However, it is expected that due to heavy passenger traffic between India and Middle East countries, certainly this virus may be present in our country. But human beings, those they suffer from the MERS virus infection, only 10% of them show severe clinical symptoms like gastroenteritis, nasal respiratory problems, and multi-organ failure. And majority of the human infections, they also go unnoticed. Then regarding brucellosis, this is an important zoonotic bacterial disease, and camel, they suffer less, means in abortion frequencies are lower than those reported in cattle, buffalo, and goat. Seroprevalence is very high in camel, and hence there is every chance that camel may serve as an important reservoir of this disease. Then the brucellosis is mainly transmitted through the milk-borne transmission, and there are reports that the entire family may suffer from consumption of the raw camel milk. In Rajasthan state also there is very high prevalence, and particularly in those districts where camel population is very high. So there is every chance that for brucellosis it may act as reservoir. Then regarding camel pox, this is the only disease for which there is confirmed evidence from India that this is being a zoonotic disease was transmitted from camel to the human population, and this was confirmed by several molecular techniques that it arises from the camel. Then certainly tuberculosis in Rajasthan, there is high prevalence of the tuberculosis, and the national average of the person suffering from tuberculosis is higher than those in other parts of the country, the national average. And certain communities like Saharia community, their evidence, their incidence is very high. Then certainly there are several critical gaps we should look forward for collaborative work, and the most important is the poor camel healthcare services available. We rarely reach to a definitive diagnosis, hence we are not aware that the camel is suffering from any infection that may be harmful or infectious to us. Then a study of the on the source of infection in human diseases like brucellosis, tuberculosis, they are never being pinpointed. Then Raika and Revari and other tribal community populations, they are hardly included in any epidemiological studies. So we should focus on these people for their serosurveillance and other surveillance studies. Then definitely the study on exotic and emerging diseases like MERS, coronavirus infection, Q fever, toxoplasmosis, and Rift Valley fever, they should be included in our surveillance program. Particularly their zero surveillance in camel population must be undertaken. So with all this, I thank you for your patient learning.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. It was a wonderful research and talk that you showed. It looks like with increasing, with all the talks, increasingly it seems like we should have the third generation sequencers, nanopore, which are kind of handheld, very small, so that at the site we can study the local microbiota within livestock and whether they're jumping into humans. So it was a very enlightening talk, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to call Dr. Shirish V. Upadhyay, who is a renowned wildlife conservationist.
Dr. Sirish is online.
Online, okay.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Shall I start? Hello.
Yes, sir, you can start.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, everybody. This is Dr. Shirish Upadhyay, Director, Wildlife Research and Training Center, Wildlife Research and Training Center, Gorewada, Nagpur. So, before starting my topic, just I would like to tell that wildlife is very, very important component of One Health. And so, just in a quick nutshell, I would like to show you what exactly we have been doing here. So, this Wildlife Research and Training Center, is a joint venture institute of Maharashtra Animal and Fishery Sciences University, Nagpur, and Forest Development Corporation of Maharashtra, and it came into existence in 2015. So we have a very good understanding between us. The infrastructure and the animals are being provided, or the responsibility is entrusted on you, us, by the Forest Department, and the technical manpower is from Maharashtra Animal and Fishery Sciences University. Here we have multiple facilities like enclosures. We have tiger, leopard, sloth bear, herbivore, birds, monkeys, small mammals, snakes, and others also. And you can very well appreciate the capacity of these enclosures. And these are our enclosures wherein we are housing the wildlife which is being rescued from all across the Maharashtra state. This is the aerial view of our rescue center as well as our wildlife research and training center. Next, please. So this is our entry gate. These are our buildings. This is the hospital on the right, and again aerial view of the animal enclosures. So the forest department, initially the wildlife was not paid much attention as far as disease diagnosis or disease surveillance is considered. But thanks to central government and state government, now we have very good facilities, and we have established WRTC with the objectives of, say, preventive measures to avoid the outbreaks, to provide technical expertise, and to develop the biotechnological tools and rehabilitation of wild animals. Regarding other objectives, we are also into the capacity building of field veterinarians, academicians, and forest department personnel also. And we have been conducting research, education, and training in wildlife areas. Conservation breeding is one of our objective, and recently we have started working on this also. And besides that, we are creating DNA repository for wildlife species and also species identification from various biological samples. Now coming to the main theme, why we need to integrate the human health and conservation. If we see the patterns of diseases, an estimated 60% of the known infectious diseases and up to maybe 75% of new or emerging infectious diseases, they are zoonotic in origin, as we all agree. Each year, zoonoses are responsible for 2.5 billion cases of human illness and 2.7 million human deaths worldwide. And apart from this, we can imagine the economical losses in developing and underdeveloped countries because of these diseases, and it is huge loss. If we see the wildlife, flow of wildlife and interaction between human, wildlife, and domestic animals, the wildlife in India can be summed up by this picture. The wildlife are required to be transported from for a variety of reasons, and movement of animal takes place from free range to transit treatment centers or the rescue center which we have in Nagpur through the human localities, and it is very crucial in terms of monitoring the emerging diseases in wildlife. The transit treatment centers, zoos, and rescue centers can serve as a sentinel for to monitor the disease in world wildlife. This is a epidemiological triad. The epidemiological triad in wildlife context, it highlights the interplay between the agents, the pathogens like viruses, bacteria, and parasites causing diseases. We know the avian influenza or canine distemper. Similarly, the host, the wild animals whose susceptibility is influenced by factors like species, immunity, or the stress, and the environment, the natural or human modified settings that facilitate disease spread, such as habitat fragmentation, climate change, or human wildlife interfaces, which is very common now. This model helps wildlife managers and veterinarians to understand and mitigate disease outbreaks, emphasizing the need for balanced ecosystem health to prevent zoonotic spillovers and conserve our biodiversity. Let's look at the stressors in domestic and wild animals that can predispose the animal to the infections. Due to various anthropogenic pressure, the stressed animals are exposed to the pathogens leading to disease incidents. Transportation, farm practices, climate change, malnutrition, competition for resources, etc. have been predisposed these domestic animals to the infections. While studies are minimal, yet the same stressors can take a wide toll on the wildlife as well. Now, when we study wildlife diseases, they can significantly impact the animal populations especially when these diseases cross over to humans or domesticated animals. The most common diseases in wildlife include rabies, distemper, tuberculosis, which affect both wild and domestic species. And we also know the examples of avian influenza or West Nile virus, which are transmitted through vectors like mosquitoes. Emerging diseases like mycosis in amphibians and feline panleukopenia in carnivores often pose risks to entire ecosystem. Now, many of these wildlife diseases are zoonotic, as we know, meaning they can be transferred from animals to humans, highlighting the importance of monitoring and controlling wildlife health for both conservation and public health purpose. Effective management includes early disease detection, understanding transmission dynamics, and maintaining biodiversity to reduce disease outbreaks. This is a study from Sariska Tiger Reserve, Rajasthan, from where now the conference is going on. A trap camera was placed in a field by our staff during the training at Sariska Tiger Reserve, Rajasthan, and very interesting picture was observed. The picture is worth 1,000 words. The land or the landscape used by use and interaction of domestic and wild animals can be distinctly seen through these trap pictures. During the day, the domestic animal grazed for forest fringes, and during the night, wild animals, including scavengers, carnivores, etc., are seen utilizing the same land. Possibilities of spillover is immense in such landscapes. Now, this has become a vicious cycle, and wildlife disease monitoring have something in common. Definition of One Health, as per One Health Initiative Task Force, One Health is approach collaborative efforts, multiple disciplines working locally, nationally, and globally to attain optimum health for people, animals, and environment. The National Referral Center for Wildlife, that is NRCW, is under the consideration of Government of India under One Health Initiative. This is an open, multi-sectorial, holistic collaboration involving experts from medical, veterinary, and ecology background. Now, the human health and health of our environment are intricately linked. For example, viruses such as the new coronavirus, Ebola, and flu, they originate in animal hosts. These and other zoonosis disease and infectious transmissible from animals to humans are a way in which human health and the environment are connected. Historically, the conservation and human health have been treated as a separate topics, but now more than ever, the two are making their way in the same conversations. There are many underlying issues that affect this complex and often overlooked linkage, including a failure to account for future health and environmental harm over short-term gains and the disproportionate harm on poor people and developing nations. Conservation and public health initiatives are also often funded and strategized separately among separate groups of organization and stakeholders despite their overlapping visions. Again, I would say wildlife health is a foundation to the outcomes of global biodiversity framework. Surveillance of free-ranging wild animals is essential to understand the risk and impact of diseases, pathogens, and toxins as a part of One Health approach. A clearly defined purpose and process would be beneficial to design, implement, and evaluate a surveillance program. The surveillance program should, I feel that it should be a context specific to ensure that sampling approaches are safe and appropriate to the environmental, economical, as well as cultural context. It is also essential to follow ethical based practices regarding local communities, stakeholders, right shoulders, and animal welfare. Now, some well-known zoonotic diseases from wildlife includes rabies, Ebola, West Nile virus, and avian influenza. For example, rabies is often transmitted to humans through bite from infected wild animals, particularly bats and carnivores, while hantavirus can be spread by rodents, including wild species like deer mice. In recent years, emerging zoonosis like SARS-CoV-2 virus, as we say COVID-19, have raised concerns about the risk of cross-species transmission from the wildlife, especially from animals like bats and pangolins. The transmission dynamics of these diseases are complex and can be influenced by factors such as animal migration pattern, human encroachment on wildlife habitat, and changes in ecosystem that alter animal behavior. Human encroachment, and this is again a major problem, as we all know, is causing these problems. Monitoring of wildlife health and understanding the dynamics of zoonotic transmission is now essential for controlling the spread of these diseases, especially in regions where human wildlife interactions are very frequent, especially like tiger reserves and around area. Preventive measures such as monitoring wildlife populations for disease, improving hygienic practices, and implementing vaccination programs for both domestic as well as wildlife, I think can help in mitigate the risk of zoonotic outbreaks. From bacteria to viruses and parasites, the wildlife can be reservoirs to many of the pathogens, as we are seeing in this picture or the bar diagram, and we can appreciate how the zoonosis can take place. And if we see the Indian context, there are a few examples I am quoting. The practice of dancing bears in India, which involved forcing sloth bears to perform through cruel training methods, has been linked to the spread of tuberculosis, a zoonotic disease well known to us. These bears, often kept in poor conditions, were at risk of contacting Mycobacterium tuberculosis, which can be transmitted to humans, particularly the bear handlers and those in close contact. The Indian government, alongside wildlife conservation groups like Wildlife SOS, has worked to ban this practice, rescue bears, and reduce TB transmission risk through rehabilitation programs and improved health monitoring, and we have been successful to quite a lot extent. These efforts have led to a decline in practice and reduction in zoonotic disease transmission. Then this is another cystic echinosis. So echinococosis is another threat to human beings, and definitive host is a canine, and it is caused by Echinococcus granulosus, which is a zoonotic disease that can affect wildlife, including Indian langurs. This is a case study at our Wildlife Research and Training Center. So it forms hydatid cyst in vital organs. While studies in langurs are limited, the disease is prevented in is prevalent in domestic animals like cattle and buffalo, and very common in
Time is up.
Yeah, just last two slides, please. So this is another case study of mange in wild dog. This is also done by WRTC. This wild dog was caught and treated and successfully rehabilitated. Then another experience, same case in Annamalai, Tamil Nadu. I'll skip this. So there are bunch of problems. The Nipah virus outbreak in Kerala first emerged in May 18 in Malappuram district. The virus transmitted through direct contact with infected animals, especially bats and pigs or humans, and caused high mortality among those infected with symptoms, variety of symptoms. And that's why I feel that One Health approach is very essential. Then another study highlights the habitat disturbances such as deforestation and environmental degradation. Again, I won't go into the details of that because of short of time. Again, this study, there are different studies I wanted to quote, but anyway, we are not doing that now, right now. Now, this integrating One Health with wildlife conservation involves strategies like joint surveillance to monitor zoonotic diseases, protecting wildlife habitats to reduce human-wildlife interaction, and increasing public health education about the links between animal, human, and environmental health. The screening of zoo workers and wild animals for zoonotic pathogens is essential to prevent disease transmission between animals and humans. Zoo workers are at high risk to ensure zoonotic diseases like TB, rabies, Nipah virus, etc. So these are the things which we are routinely doing at our WRTC. Then another study, again, I won't go into the details of this study.
Can you please wrap?
So at the last, I would like to conclude by saying, together, the medical fraternity, the veterinarians, the wildlife veterinarians, and the conservationists, together we can achieve the One Health motive, and together we can achieve, and that we will. Thank you very much.
Now we have Dr. Girish Babu. Dr. Giri Babu has been affiliated with the Indian Science Space Research Organization, ISRO, for over 25 years. And he would today be speaking on the role of space science and technologies in human health. Has contributed significantly in this field through his geospatial applications in the regional center of National Remote Sensing Center uh, of ISRO, established at Jodhpur, Rajasthan. Since we are short of time, I will not elaborating details of his great achievements. He is a high scorer. We would request him to come highlight the role of space science and technology in human health.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. In a nutshell, what ma'am told is I'm working in space-related data. Okay, maybe probably my presentation may be a little bit odd with respect when comparing to the other presentations, but let us see how the space data can be used for ambitious programs like One Health. A small background about ISRO. Vikram Sarabhai, father of our Indian space program. It is his vision to establish the ISRO. And this 50 years of journey is actually an emotional journey from where we started. For example, the topmost photograph is the situation where USSR promised that they will be sending some stability testing instrument. But the moment we completed the satellite, there is no country like USSR. It got dissolved into Ukraine, Poland, and all this is different countries. And they told we cannot send anything. So what our scientists has done in Trivandrum, they just kept that satellite on the bullock cart and applied small lal mirch so that it started running for 3 kilometers and they tested whether the satellite is stable or not. That is the moment. And right now the down image is the one last year September when our Chandrayaan 3 launched, landed at Shiv Shakti point, and the rover came out up to 11 meters it went, and from there it took the photograph. So this is the saga of our journey. Right now we are at par with the developed countries. We do have our own rocket engineering technology. Even yesterday also we have launched one satellite. This PSLV, GSLV, and GSLV Mark III are nicknamed Bahubali rocket. For other countries also we used to launch. We used to have a large communication satellite infrastructure. In fact, yesterday we took help of Elon Musk's SpaceX to launch one particular satellite. Using that particular communication satellite, we will able to get internet connectivity in dense forests also, as well as Ladakh, Andaman also. That much powerful satellite has been launched. We do have our own GPS satellite system known as Navik. So that using this technology, now if you see one business logic is there, like Ola, Swiggy, Zomato, all are actually using this network location-based service. So they can also improve their businesses using this sort of GPS constellation that is owned by ISRO. And we do have our own remote sensing satellites also. Okay, and ISRO centers per se, we do have spread across India, and a lot of phases are there, like initiation phase, where the government actually hesitated to give money for research activities related to space, but somehow because of Vikram Sarabhai's vision, we got certain funds. And at one stage, even NASA also unable to help us because they kept ISRO in a blacklist. We used to be friendly with Russia, so they stopped helping us. So that is the experimental phase. We used to do our own experiment. Right now, we are in a stage that we are expanding our facilities so that we have spread our wings by creating New Space India Limited, Indian Space Promotion and Authorization Center, so that other agencies can actually collaborate with ISRO and do wonders. And ISRO, we don't have any ministry. ISRO is working as a department of space under Prime Minister. And basically, if you see, we do have some vision in the areas of space, socio-economic security, disaster risk reduction, governance, and sustainable development. In the socio-economic security, you can see one head is that health. Okay, and recently, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, a lot of space reforms have occurred, and the basic ambition of this particular reforms is to help the other non-space industries. Okay, and personally, I came from this particular agency, National Remote Sensing Center. Headquarters is in Hyderabad. We do have offices in the North Pole as well as South Pole. We do have our own flights. In the absence of satellite data, we will be using this particular aeroplanes. We used to capture the imagery using drones also, and some regional offices are there in Bangalore, Calcutta, Nagpur, Jodhpur, and Delhi. Okay, basically our organization concentrates on downloading the data. We are having a deep space network at Shadnagar near Hyderabad. Totally 35 from 35 satellites. It includes foreign as well as national satellites. Those data we'll be using for various domains like agriculture, forestry, water resources, all these things. And entire data will be going to one geo portal known as Bhuvan. So Bhuvan is actually it's like a toolkit where entire base data, all the recent satellite data, then other maps will be stored. So anybody can develop information systems from this particular base data. And using this information system, one can do a lot of services. The services are in this fashion, like anything. It can be transparency, accountability related, or geo-legal services, natural resources management, or ease of doing business. So a lot of things we can able to do. This is like extension to governance, to electronic governance, from electronic governance to geo governance or geospatial governance. Those things are achievable. And our Honorable Prime Minister has recognized the potential of space data. So during 2015, on September 7th, he called all the ministries as well as departments, and he told, please use this particular data for various purposes. Then his vision, you can see a lot of other departments started using data. For example, Mahatma Gandhi Employment Guarantee Act. Under this, some 500, nearly 500 crores of budget will be sanctioned. There needs a transparency. So whatever the works that are being done in the ground, those photos will be uploaded in this portal, Bhuvan portal. This is one particular example, so that transparency and the accountability can be showcased. Similarly, we used to extend our help to the state governments also. For example, Haryana government requested a help that we developed this particular app so that any citizen, if he is finding a damaged road, he can upload the data. The government will consider that a complaint and repair that particular road patch so that accidents can be reduced. Recently, we used to have, we completed one particular project under the Central Bureau of Health Intelligence, New Delhi, where 2018 it got started. The ambition is to do the digital census of entire health establishments in India. We have developed a mobile app for this. We have collected 10 lakhs health establishments that are related to sub-centers, primary health centers, CHCs, district hospitals, including pharmacies as well as doctors' information also, except West Bengal, because that particular West Bengal government doesn't permit it to do this particular survey. And this particular data is being already, phase one of this particular project is completed, is being used by Niti Aayog and also Ayushman Bharat. And once this particular data, 10 lakh records of hospital details, if available, we can develop some mobile apps so that user will able to understand which is the nearest hospital, whether this service is available or not. Numerous possibilities are there. At the end of phase one, these are the chief statistics. Approximately, excluding West Bengal, we do have 10 lakh health establishment, and currently 7 lakh doctors are doing service to the nation, and 33.85 lakh health workers are working. And there may be some disparity. Private hospitals are dominant in urban, and government hospitals are dominant in the rural. A lot of statistics are available. And even we do our ISRO office, local ISRO office, used to have a good collaboration with AIMS Jodhpur, especially School of Public Health, courtesy Dr. Kuldeep sir. Like, for example, one ambitious student came, in fact, he's here only, Girish. He brought some 2,000 records of fire accidents related to Jodhpur. Within 24 hours, he completed this particular mapping. And even though it is just 24 hours job, if you see the outcome, the total, there are two clusters of fire accident that used to happen in Jodhpur. One cluster is at the old city, and other cluster of fire accident happens is at Boranada industrial area. And in there are two peaks of fire accident that will happen in Jodhpur. One peak is like happens in the month of May because of short circuit sort of thing. Another peak that happens in the old city is that particular September and October, because of cultural programs like Dashera and Diwali. So that now the government can review these results and establish burn units as well as placement of fire engines. One more study done by faculty of School of Public Health is one. They have correlated the groundwater fluoride content with the low baby weight. Successful results came. And similarly, we used to done a lot of collaborative works, courtesy to Dr. Pankaj Bharadwaj sir. Like, what is the impacts of serial tropical cyclones on or its epidemiological implications? So a lot of immediately after this particular cyclones, we observed viral fevers, enteric fevers, and food poisoning cases that used to occur recursively and also persisting more than 2 weeks after the cyclone episode. And there is a big gap between this particular space segment and the public health professionals. If you see, on one particular day, some village at Assam, ISRO told the entire village is in flood. On the same day, IDSP reported there is an outbreak of acute diarrheal diseases. 82 cases are there. So we have given our report. They had given their report, but there is a connection between this flood and acute diarrheal diseases. So that is what the bridge needs to be fitted. A collaborative work is needed to achieve the ambitions of One Health. Similarly, a lot of other programs we have done, like where exactly the road accidents on highways will occur. Dominant accidents will occur near to the city, and in the core highways, in Indian conditions, it is not possible to say or this particular golden hour. Within the golden hour, it is impossible to provide the service to the or save the victim because of ambulance reachability and ambulance to reach the trauma center. Just as an experiment, we have done this golden, whether if accident happen, whether the victim can reach to nearest trauma center or not, from Jodhpur to Jaipur. But anyway, because here Ajmer and these cities are there, so a candidate can reach the hospital within half an hour. But in the Nagaur segment, there are a lot of red color patches where the patient cannot reach the trauma center within the that golden hour period.
Hey, Babu, would you like to?
Yeah. Similarly, yes, ma'am. Similarly, we have done some outbreak analysis using geodata science thing. Lot of outcomes are there. Like 50% of disease outbreaks are related to foodborne outbreaks, then followed by zoonosis as well as person-to-person infections. A lot of hotspot maps are also done. So no problem. These publications are available in the net. And but importantly, what I want to stress is that leptospirosis is one emerging disease that is happening, that is closely correlated with the extreme weather, especially happening at the outskirts of Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata. Whenever any heavy rainfall is happening, there is a correlation. Anyway, climate change impact is there, emerging diseases are coming, material is available. But from ISRO, we are giving a lot of environmental and atmospheric data, so that you public health practitioners can use effectively this particular data. Okay. you see how extreme events will be impacting. The satellite data is showing the dust storm originating from Rajasthan going to Haryana, Punjab, and up to entire Gangetic plain. This happens because the wind jets are also taking this particular sand. So along with this sand, pathogens may also be carried. So recently, if you see, anyway, this is our beautiful India as seen by satellite data. But on October 12, if you see, some smoke is emanating from the Punjab. Okay, and on October 23, lot of smoke, intensified smoke is coming on the same day. This Delhi government announced it is in GRAP 2, and on October 31st, the smoke got intensified because the direction is in that fashion. Whereas on November 3, it is in GRAP 3, and November 6, ma'am, that's just one slide I would like to see. The dangerous thing, this is what the dangerous thing that is happens, and NAMSCON sort of platforms are encouraged to report such type of incident. Whatever the white light sort of thing you are seeing on Delhi is aerosol nuclei that is has formed. That is the reason the Delhi government immediately reported it is in GRAP 4 stage. So because of that, even newspapers also told it is equivalent to smoking 45 cigarettes like that. In fact, it is 100 cigarettes per at one go. That is the impact it will be created. So anyways, this satellite data is available. It will inform what exactly the dangers that will be happening. Okay, still this is yesterday's data. It is same thing is persisting. And as a local ISRO center, we used to help School of Public Health by offering lot of courses. And in fact, we need medical expertise in our future programs, especially like Gaganyaan also, because for continuous 4 days, the astronaut will be sitting in the same position. Okay, so for that, medical assistance is required. In future also, we require assistance, especially for our own space station, Bharatiya Antarik Station. Along with 7 astronauts, 1 medical doctor also has to be there. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
So, I invited the next speaker, Dr. Suresh Jirwal, who is a graduate from College of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry at Bikaner, and he's doing a lot of work in the ophthalmology. And he'll be presenting his work on advances in the veterinary ophthalmology opportunities for human health. Please.
Good morning to all of you and esteemed dignitaries at the dais. Today's topic, One Health, let's collaborate to take care of our health, is really a good one. And being a veterinarian, I would like to say that I'm the one who are taking care of both human and environmental health, human beings, preventing them from the zoonotic diseases by controlling the diseases in the animals, and environment by taking care of the gases emitting from the ruminants like methane gas that is depleting the ozone layer. Myself, Dr. S.K. Jirwal, and today I'm going to discuss regarding the advances in veterinary ophthalmology, opportunities for human health. Now, before starting, I would like to say that advances can be judged by only the issue that we at Rajasthan started veterinary ophthalmology in 2018. Before that, there was no specialized veterinary clinic for ophthalmology, and we started it in 2018. So I am at 52 years, and I started in 2018. Before that, there was no expert in veterinary ophthalmology. Till now, there are very few veterinary ophthalmologists, those who are working in this field. So we are inspiring from the medical ophthalmologist and taking care. And as you can see here, that animals are always have always been an inspiration for research to the human beings. And here you can see that just looking at a cat submerged in the water, this physician Jan Mary, he get the idea of getting the imaging images of fundus. Now, if we want to talk about the advances in ophthalmology, you can see that the estimation of the growth in ophthalmology technologies is estimated to be, growing from $485 million in 2024 to approximately $697 million by 2029. With a compound annual growth rate of 7.5. Now, what are the factors that are responsible for this growth? Are rising pet owner and awareness among the pet owners. Lot of people are coming with their pets and they are concerned regarding the ocular health of their pet. Now, increasing prevalence of eye condition in pets is more, and owners have become aware. And demand for veterinary ophthalmic surgeries has increased. Most of people are coming for getting their pet, operated for cataract surgeries and other alike surgeries. And technological advancement, it's rapidly increasing, but it's rapidly increasing in the field of human ophthalmology, and we are always following that, and we are still using the instruments that are particularly meant for human ophthalmology, not for the veterinary ophthalmology. Still, there is a lot of scope for development of these technologies. And this increasing prevalence in vision related issues has developed a demand for new researches, and these researches can go hand in gloves with the veterinary sector also. And a lot of CROs, contract research organizations in India, they are developing some technologies, some drugs that can be used for the ocular affections in dogs, and they are calling the veterinarians, particularly veterinarians, to see the effect of these drugs or in the ocular health of the animals. And one such animal CRO is at Jai Research Foundation at Wapi and doing a wonderful job. Then premier institutes like Bit Plani, and they all have get a concern for this ocular health, and now they are going and taking in hand with the taking hand with the veterinarians and getting new technologies developed for human ocular health. Like this CSIR IGIB at Delhi, they are also organizing many trainings and to develop some technologies for human use. Then many ophthalmic activities we are taking care at Bikaner, and particularly I would again like to say that only this is the center at Bikaner that is performing cataract surgeries using phacoemulsification machine that is same as that is being used in human beings. Only at Bikaner in Rajasthan, not nowhere else. Now, more and more veterinary practices are coming in this field, and they are asking for getting training in a sense of these treatment of these ocular affections, particularly in cataract surgeries. They want to learn cataract surgery and do a lot of job for the pet owners. Then we have also published this book for awareness of the veterinarians, cataract surgery in dogs. Not only the domestic and pet animals, we have also encountered some ocular affections in wildlife also. We have operated one line for cataract surgery in Jodhpur itself, Machia Biological Park, and another at Sajjangarh at Udaipur. And you can see here a lot of good publication in the media was there regarding this one. IIT Guwahati has also invited us to deliver something regarding the ophthalmic affections in cattle. They are working particularly on cattle and want to develop some devices. This is a good opportunity for IITs that they should do something for the taking ocular health in animals. Then we are doing some basic ophthalmological examination procedures. You can see here gross examination, then Menes, obstacle cost test, corneal reflex test, PLR, thermal test, and fluorescent light. All these are very common in human beings, but in veterinary they are being done only at specialized clinics. And you can see the diversity of patients. It's not like that it's only the human, male, female children. It's not like that. It starts from rat, goes to camel, wildlife, birds, cattle, every species we have to encounter, and we have to examine all of them. It's very tedious job, lot of gross examination you can do, and particularly you can see the cherry eyes that are not common in human beings, only seen in dogs. The nictitating gland, prolapse of nictitating glands, and Meniere's reflex. Obstacle course, that's very important test. You can see that in human beings, you can just ask whether you have got vision or not, pre and post operative. Here, you have to check it by getting the pre and post operative videos. You can see here a pre operative video. You can see the dog is bumping into the object, and this is a post operative video. You can see that he can clear it without bumping anywhere. Then these are some another tests, thermal tear test, and all these fluorescent light. Now, advanced imaging system is also there. We are also doing USG for ophthalmic affections. ERG, very important, we are doing. And now ERG, new technology is coming. I would like to ask to Madam Susmita, she is from IIT Jodhpur, that I would like to contact with you and get some technologies for veterinary also. Thank you. Pachymetry, scanning, polarimetry, and optical OCT. All these are. Now, the issue is we are using all these instruments from human ophthalmology. We don't have a exclusively instruments that could be used for veterinary purposes. We need handheld instruments, and we are doing all it with the medical technology. So there is a great scope for development of these instrumentations. Direct indirect ophthalmoscopy, I will not take much time. And you can see that for getting fundus photography, that it is not like this that you can use you can say a person that okay, put your chin over here and everything is gone. We have to use the handheld instruments like this, and these are very costly devices. Recently, one of my student has done research on this smartphone funduscopy to get the images of the fundus by using your smartphone and a 20D lens. They see the beautiful fundus of a dog. It's not like that in human beings. Human beings fundus is completely, unicolor, and you can see a multicolor, tapetal, non-tapetal, beautiful fundus. And slit lamps, USG, ERG also we are doing. Then opportunities for human health. There are certain diseases that have led a, step ahead for the human ophthalmology, for the human ocular affections. Many research have been conducted taking care of these diseases like dry eye disease. The treatment for dry eye disease in human beings like cyclosporin and all others, they have been developed with the research in the canines and other animals. Then corneal diseases. There are many corneal diseases that are very much familiar, to the human beings also. Human beings are also getting such kind of diseases like herpes virus and fungal keratitis, then keratoconjunctivitis, Zika, uveitis. A very important disease in animals is, it can be used for developing new drugs and technologies for human ophthalmology also. Drug trials and all the technologies can be tested upon animals and can get the good results that can be used for human beings also.
Dr. Jawal,
Glaucoma.
kindly conclude.
Yeah, sir. Last slide. Glaucoma is another very, very dangerous disease that can affect the complete sight of the animal and even in human beings. In human beings, there are a lot of technologies, but in dogs, even we are, in animals, still we are lagging behind. Then cataract, we have started doing phacoemulsification with the same machine that is being used in human beings, but still there is need that some handheld devices should be developed that could be used for animals, because our patient is in the field and we have to move in the field. They can't come to the hospitals directly. So if we want to develop this, then we have to move at the doorstep. Many retinal diseases, they have paved the step for developing drugs for human retinal diseases, and many research have been conducted in this field also. Now, there is constraint of time, so coming on to the conclusion, there is similarity in anatomy, physiology, and the shared environment between animals and human beings. So the study of pathogenesis, then physiology, genetics, and treatment of naturally occurring diseases in the veterinary patient can be translated to the human eye. So we can develop all these things. There is so support of collaborative and sectoral and transdisciplinary approach can lead to development in both the sides, even in veterinary and in human ocular health also. And veterinarians can play a key roles at all the levels, and we can share the One Health goal by achieving the optimal ocular health for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jirwal. You have taken a very important. Like, really, the pets are in close association with the people, so there is every chance that. So, thanks for your lightning.
Thank you, sir.
I think there is one more speaker, Dr. Dedar Rabun person. Maybe he will be online or he's here. But
It is working. So Dr. Didier Reboisson, he is attaché for scientific and academic cooperation, French Embassy in India. Prior to this, he was full-time professor in Toulouse Veterinary School, France. He graduated from Toulouse Veterinary School in 2004, worked in the field for 2 years, and came back to university as a lecturer. He is diplomate of the European College of Bovine Health Management since 2011. He holds an MSc in agricultural science and socio-economics and defended his PhD in institutional economics in 2011. Professor Reboisson.
Yeah, dear colleagues, dear friends, thank you for still being there. I know it's a little bit late. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be there. Special thanks to Dr. Kuldeep for the coordination of this day. Honorable speakers and chairperson, it's my great pleasure to be there today as attaché for science and as a vet as well. To share few words regarding an initiative. Can we have the slide, please, on the screen? Okay. Thank you. You can see more or less the slide. It's okay. Can I reduce a little bit? Yeah, like this. So here, my aim is to highlight one initiative that is called PREZOD. PREZOD is quite simple. It means prevention of zoonosis. I want just to explain what is behind PREZOD and what is this initially French, but now international initiative on One Health. So PREZOD, as I said, means, sorry, it's a little bit complex with the slide, means prevention of zoonotic disease emergence. It has been created, it's an initiative that has been created and launched by our president in 2021, just after the COVID crisis. And it's clearly in the mind to prevent the emergence of zoonotic disease for the future. So it's clearly prevention of this kind of situation. PREZOD is clearly a One Health initiative gathering the three components that are animal, human, and environmental component. What's the aim of PREZOD? It works as a platform, a framework, a network to foster the cooperation and to improve the impact on prevention zoonosis highlighting. It acts through surveillance network and through brainstorming, experience sharing between the different members. It has been created and launched and funded at the beginning by France, but now it's clearly an international initiative. And just to show it, to prove it, there is now no more French in the governing body of PRESOD. It's clearly an international initiative. It's also very important to keep in mind that this initiative is coordinated with the quadripartite activities with FAO, WHO, WER, and UNPED. So it's clearly in clear relation with the main international institution. Right now in PRESOD, we have, sorry, it's a little bit complex with the slide today. We have more than 240 members. And what you can see on this slide, that there are two kinds of members. A country by itself could be a member, and we have 27 members as a country right now. You can see the different flags. India is not there, it's not still there. We are right now in touch with the government of India to see whether India as a country would like to become a member of this initiative. But there is also another way to become a member of this initiative because this initiative is open to all the organizations, research institutes, private organization, public organization. And right now we are more to 200 organizations that are members of PRESOD. And it includes 16 Indian institutions that are right now member of PRESOD. And I'm pleased to let you know that next week in Delhi, we are gathering those 16 members, Indian members of PRESOD, to brainstorm and to see how we can move forward. At the beginning, so 3 years ago, France devoted some funds to make it start its activities, and to make it very short, we have 30 million euros for research and development in application, and we have 30 million euros for research. It was not so high, but not too bad as the last time. So 60 million euros was the first phase of the program, to start the program and to start some research and activities. Now we are at the end of this first stage, and we are brainstorming how we can move forward for the second step of this very important initiative. At the level of the Embassy of France to India, we are promoting mainly the bilateral cooperation, but we are also supporting the PRESOD initiative. And I probably expect you know CEFIPRA, that is the Indo-French Center for Promotion and Advanced Research, when we put the money together to fund research. And I just want to highlight today the fact that we have a dedicated call on health, including OneHealth. It's a call here for research. And this call will be open on Monday, next Monday. And we have also the opportunity to have a high impact network. It's here. This high impact scientific research network program gathers 3 members from India and 3 members from France, at least. And we fund this workshop for 3 years, including mobility of participants and including workshop in France or in India. And for the call that is be open next Monday, we will have 2 highlights on OneHealth. The first one will be dedicated to antimicrobial resistance, and the second one will be dedicated to emergence of new pathogens. So if you get interested, I highly suggest you to have a look on the CEFIPRA website. I want to thank you for your attention, and I may answer your question during lunch that I hope I'm sure will come soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Didier, for that elaborate explanation of the initiatives that your organization is taking. And I hope these things are available on the French Embassy website.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I think a lot of us would take advantage of.
Yeah, and you have a dedicated website as well. So on the slide, I can share the slide.
Thank you so much for your enlightening talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I would like to call Dr. Revati from Pediatric Surgery Department to enlighten us on the role of animals in pediatric surgery development. Dr. Revati.
So good afternoon, all. Thank you, Dr. Kuldeep Singh sir and Dr. Rahul Saxena sir for giving me this opportunity. So I will be talking about the evaluation of application of growth factor hormone on the maintenance of germ cell cytoarchitecture after experimental testicular torsion and detorsion in a rat model. So the study was conducted by us, the Department of Pediatric Surgery, in collaboration with the Department of Pathology and the Department of Physiology. This is an interim presentation as the final discussions are still in process. We'll give an overview of where we are at present. As we all know, testicular torsion is an emergency. There is ischemia causing necrosis, seen mostly in children and adolescents. The urgent detorsion is the mainstay of management. It does restore the blood flow to the testes, but this cannot mitigate the oxidative stress, which can contribute to the long-term damage, that is the impact on fertility. And this is something that has not been studied much in patients of torsion. There is something called a reperfusion injury, as we all know, in which there is a release of reactive oxygen species, which leads to the germ cell damage. And there is research ongoing on hormones such as growth hormone, which have the potential to protect against such damage. And such is the hypothesis of our study, wherein we aimed to study the effect of local application of growth hormone on the histology of germ cells, post-torsion and detorsion in a rat specimen. And the objective was to analyze the protective effect of the hormone. The rationale of the study that we undertook is that there is a lack of sufficient study that focuses on the impact of treatment after the insult to the testis has occurred. The study was conducted at our center over a period of 18 months on male Vista rats, whom we divided into 3 experimental groups. One was sham, control, and local growth hormone. In sham, we did not do any intervention. There was no torsion done. Just a suture application was done on the testis. In control group, we performed a 720 degrees torsion for a period of 6 hours, after which detorsion was done. All the rats were anesthetized for the whole procedure. The local growth hormone group included torsion followed by detorsion, after which we applied growth hormone on the surface of the testis. That was on a gelatin film. The grading of the histopathology of the testicular specimen was based on a simple score called the Cosentino score, that is from grade 1 to grade 4, wherein grade 1 has a normal testicular architecture, grade 2 has a little less orderly appearance, grade 3 has sloughing of the cells, there is pycnotic nuclei, and grade 4 is complete coagulative necrosis of the germ cells. This is an image of the various groups that we divided them into, where you can see the sham group in which we did not do any intervention. In control, we had performed torsion and applied a suture. And in local growth hormone, we had placed a patch of gelatin on which local growth hormone was embedded. On comparison of the Cosentino grade between each groups, group 2, that was the one in which testicular torsion was done, the mean grade was 3.7, whereas in the one with growth hormone was applied, it was 2.78, and in the group in which no intervention was done, it was 1.1. Coming to the difference between the 3 groups, there was a statistically significant difference, although the numbers are too small to definitely comment on that. The grade for the growth hormone group was 2.78, which was a little bit lower than the control group. So we can conclude that the preservation, there was to an extent the preservation of the testicular architecture and reduction in the apoptosis of the germ cell with the application of growth hormone, which is in line with the study hypothesis so far. In short, the action of growth hormone, as we know, is along with the somatic effect and effect on the testicular growth and function as well. It induces paracrine signal, autocrine signal, which help in spermatic cord development, secretion of the hormones, the activation of spermatogenesis, induction of maturation of sperms, as well as motility of sperm. The growth hormone appears to be a promising adjunctive therapy to surgical intervention in torsion and detorsion. But after the study, the future directions for us are the need to validate human clinical trials, the investigation on long-term effects on hormone as well as the fertility in our patients, the role of combination therapies, because there are more than 50 pharmaceutical agents that have been studied which can work after testicular torsion, the optimization of the dose of this hormone, and how to improve the delivery method of these hormones, as well as a study on the role of if a local growth hormone would work or if a systemic growth hormone is required in these patients. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now I will hand over to Dr. Girish.
Thank you all the speakers for talking about the topic of One Health and enlightening us on this important intersection between all humans, animals, and environment. So now I'd ask the chairperson to kindly felicitate the speakers. So first I would like to call Dr. Nagendra R. So I would request Dr. Gopal to kindly. I'll request all the chairpersons to be present for the photographs. Next, Dr. Rajesh. Dr. Rajesh. Dr. Rajesh K. Kakani. Okay. Dr. Susmita Jha. I request Dr. R.K. Sawal to kindly. Yeah. Next, Dr. Deepak Kumar. I'd request Dr. Saroj ma'am to kindly felicitate. Next, Dr. Rakesh Ranjan. I request Dr. Siddharth to kindly felicitate. Kindly give a round of applause for the speakers, please. Next, Dr. Sirish. He presented online. Next, Dr. Giri Babu from ISRO. Giri. Next, Dr. S.K. Jirwal. Next, Dr. Rahul and Dr. Revati. And last among the speakers, Dr. Dider Rabinson. Now, I would like to request Dr. Kuldeep Singh, sir, to kindly felicitate the chairpersons, starting from Dr. R.K. Sawal. Next, Dr. Siddharth Srivastav ji. Next, Dr. Saroj Churamani ma'am.
And finally with Dr. Gopal Vora, sir. Now we can break for lunch, and as we are running late by around 1 hour, so we can break for lunch for around 30 minutes, then we can regroup here at the auditorium. Thank you. The lunch is served outside.